clerk please, give me 1 second, and we are dealing with new mics. Would the clerk please call the roll? You can all hit your buttons. All right. I just want to make sure. Oh, it didn't do it. Hold on, I'll move everyone over.
There we go.
Forgive us. All right, everyone should be read. The clerk please call the roll.
Mayor Searcy,
Here.
Councilmember Landman,
Here.
Councilmember Jvala,
Present.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Here.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Here.
Councilmember Honzak,
Here.
Councilmember Wesselman,
Here.
All right, wonderful. I just want to ask my colleagues, we're going to go back to, for everybody to bear with me. We are dealing with a new mic system, which includes lots of monitors, but we are very appreciative to have the system upgrade. So tonight, in terms of items on the agenda, we have a proclamation in recognition of Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. We also will have a voting session, a resolution authorizing submittal of legislative action requests to the Maryland Municipal League. We also have 2 work sessions today. The first is an update on the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force recommendations. The second is a review of resolutions 2017-45, identifying goals and priorities for the police department. In terms of the rolling agenda, on Wednesday, June the 4th, the council will meet at its regular time. We will start with the proclamation in recognition of National Gun Violence Awareness Day, which is June the 6th. We will have a voting session, first reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code Chapter 6.08, rental housing licenses and owner-occupied group house registrations. As well as 3 work sessions. The first, FY26 Budget Amendment number 4. The second is a renewal of the service and equipment contracts with Axon, followed by a submission of the National Capital Strategic Economic Development Fund, or NED, grant application. On Wednesday, June the 11th, the council will meet at its regular time of 7:30. We will have a presentation on Maple Avenue Connectivity Project presentation. The Community Quality of Life Grant recommendations. We will also have voting sessions, the second reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code Chapter 6.08, rental housing licenses and owner-occupied group house registrations. First reading ordinance approving FY26 Budget Amendment number 4. Single reading ordinance authorizing execution of a service and equipment contract with Axon. Resolution authorizing submission of National Capital Strategic Economic Development Fund, or NED, grant application. We will also have 2 work sessions. The first is the engineering services contract, and the second is rent stabilization policy review scope of work. On Sunday, June the 15th, is Father's Day. In recognition of all of the fathers, happy Father's Day. On Wednesday, June the 18th, council will meet at its regular time of 7:30. We will have a presentation on the Purple Line Connector Grant New Ave Bikeway Project presentation. We will have 4 voting items. The first is the single reading ordinance approving FY26 Budget Amendment number 4, single reading ordinance approving Community Quality of Life Grant recommendations, single reading ordinance authorizing execution of a contract for summer lunch and learn services, a single reading ordinance authorizing execution of a contract for engineering services, and we'll have a work session on a contract for library solar panels. On Thursday, June the 19th, is Juneteenth. City offices and facilities are closed for the Juneteenth holiday. On Sunday, June the 22nd through Wednesday, June the 25th, is the Maryland Municipal League Summer Conference in Ocean City, and a number of us will be attending that event. So therefore, Wednesday, June the 25th, the City Council will not meet. And so with that, I will move to our proclamation for this evening. And this is in recognition of Crossing Guard Appreciation Day, which is June 3rd, 2025. Whereas the city of Tacoma Park is home to thousands of school-aged children whose safety and well-being is fundamental. And whereas the city prioritizes public safety and the significant role of education to ensure the protection of our children and the crossing guards to assist them and teach them to look both ways before crossing the street and other essential safety rules. And whereas each school day, regardless of weather, our dedicated and loyal school crossing guards ensure the safety of our children and families as they arrive to and depart from school. And whereas school crossing guards provide essential public safety and services to our communities, yet they encounter adversarial, dangerous, and sometimes hostile attitudes during the performance of their duties. And whereas motorists should be aware of children walking to and from school and be especially cautious in and around school zones. They should follow the directions of all crossing guards and recognize that by doing so, road safety can be improved. And whereas the commendable service, responsibility, and professionalism demonstrated by our school crossing guards is deserving of acknowledgement and praise for their diligent efforts to protect our children and families, as recognized annually on Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. Now, therefore, I, Talisha Searcy, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, Maryland, on behalf of the council, staff, and residents, hereby proclaim June 3rd, 2025, as Crossing Guard Appreciation Day in the City of Tacoma Park. And I urge all residents to join me in this special observance. So with that, we're going to move to public comments on voting items. And just as a reminder, the voting item we have this evening is a resolution authorizing submittal of legislative action requests to the Maryland Municipal League. Do we have any public comments on voting items? Do we have any virtual public comments? Wonderful. Okay, we're going to move on to general public comments. Do we have any general public comments this evening? Hold
I
on
live on
one
Rich-
second. Okay, perfect. You're on.
I live on Ritchie Avenue. When I joined the council in 1999, the Tacoma Park Police did not fit the character of our progressive community. There were allegations of excessive use of force against minorities, including young adults, and racial bias both across the community and within the police department. The city struggled to resolve these issues. As police chiefs left the city and we felt optimistic that things would get better, little changed. City managers are responsible for hiring the chiefs, and city council has little to say in the hiring process. Finally, 18 years after I joined the council collaborated to write this resolution, the one that you're going to be discussing tonight, to guide the city manager in the selection of a police chief. It was highly effective. Tony Duvall was hired as the chief, and since joining the city, he has made great progress in molding our police force to match the city's character, which was described some within that resolution. I suggest that each of you take the opportunity to sit down with the chief and learn about how our police department is different than most other departments in the country, and to hear what obstacles he faces in molding the police into the best modern police department in America. This resolution is a key component building the kind of character, the kind of department that the community expects and deserves. It's, like I said, prior to this resolution, it was just up to the city manager to pick what he thought was the best for the city. This resolution is what gives the city manager the guidance that he or she needs to really meet the expectations of the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments this evening?
Good evening, Ferd Hefner, Ward 3, here again on behalf of the Presbyterians for Police Transformation, the police reform group at the Presbyterian Church. Let me begin by thanking you for reviewing the implementation of the Reimagining Task Force tonight and for postponing it until this evening. There's a wealth of issues that can and should be discussed, but I'm going to zero in on just one critical issue, the mental health pilot project. As you know, this was a key recommendation of the task force. They recommended moving functions that are not tied to violation of the criminal code outside of the police department, including providing funding to support alternatives to policing and support for human services and mental health, forming a community safety team of mental health professionals to respond to calls requiring mental health and substance abuse prevention services without police, and funding a pilot through ARPA funds and then creating a permanent funding structure. Also in 2021, the Montgomery County Reimagining Task Force called on the county to implement a community response model as a non-law enforcement response option to mental health crises and to prioritize moving crisis response to non-law enforcement community-based professionals. I spoke to this about this issue with you at the March 26th council hearing, and our group sent you a letter with recommendations on April 16th and then followed that up with proposed draft revisions to the MOA on April 22nd. I'm not going to take time to review those communications tonight. Trust that you have read them and giving them your consideration. As you know, we oppose the continuation of the current MOA with the county absent major substantive changes to bring it into line with the city's actual pilot project. We understand that no changes were made other than date changes in light of the need to assure that would-be hires of job security. We have been told this truncated action was taken because time did not allow for a comprehensive review and revision. While we respect that pragmatic judgment, we would note that it has now been 3 years to get this right. And to date, we are aware of no action, no attempt to do so. So we are very, very discouraged. But trust now that our proposed revisions will be given expedited review and appropriate changes will be made soon without any further delay. We also feel that the clock is ticking on the final recommendation of the Reimagining Task Force on this topic, securing permanent funding. As we have said before, now is the time to secure funding commitments from the county executive and the county council for a mobile crisis outreach team for Tacoma Park on a permanent basis beyond the pilot phase in partnership with the city. And we look forward to working with you on that advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments this evening?
Sorry, glasses switch. It happens after you hit 50. So my name's Jacqueline Moore and I live in Ward 2. I'm here to ask the mayor and council to do whatever can be done to preserve the swimming pool located within Piney Branch Elementary School. So let's be honest, you all don't have but so much influence over the school renovation decision. However, once upon a time, all MCPS fourth graders were able to take swimming lessons. Kids were bused to the aquatic center closest to where they were able to their school, where they were then able to take lessons. The first day was always assessment day. Students were divvied up into beginner, intermediate, and advanced groups. Students received instruction at their skill level. There's more water in the DMV area than most people realize, and these lessons were a gift, indeed a gift of survival skills to so many, many families who otherwise would not necessarily have pursued lessons for their children. This program ended in the early 90s due to budget cuts. The students at Piney Branch have continued to be fortunate enough to still receive swimming instruction because of the on-site pool. I won't lie, as a teacher, I especially love the swim unit because I didn't have to write lesson plans. I could swim laps myself, or I could sit on the bleachers and grade papers. I knew my students were in the excellent care of the swim instructors. The Piney Branch pool is extra special because it's available to residents, many of whom would have difficulty traveling to and from the new aquatic center in Silver Spring. Ease of access is huge. I do realize that the pool has suffered in the past from issues ranging from management to mechanical difficulties. It also isn't very well advertised that the pool exists. My request is this: in the next round of budget wrangling, would it be possible to include money that could be used to supplement the Montgomery County Recreation and Adventist Community Services of Greater Washington so that signage could be improved? A small grant from the city of even $500 could also go towards maintenance and staffing. Every little bit helps. A side note, the projected student enrollment for Piney Branch Elementary School drops continually from now continuously rather from now through the 2028-2029 school year. The school's current capacity is 611. Enrollment for the 23-24 school year was 599, and the 28-29 enrollment projection is 548. There's room to keep the pool and to give the students and staff an excellent building. And for those parents who are dreading the bus ride to a holding school, I just wanted to say that the kids that I taught before Silver Creek Middle was built went to Westland, and they had 3 years of a 45-minute plus ride to and from Westland in traffic. And yet, they managed. I had coffee today with one who's just been accepted to 3 law schools, Harvard, Columbia, and Penn. And I also taught another who did the same bus ride who just got busted for breaking into a liquor store in Bethesda. There are all kinds of different things going on. And tonight, I also wanted to request a progress report on when the second MPIA request made by Mr. Gagliardo regarding the Cooper case will happen. The request he made includes the recordings of the interviews. Chief Duvall has actually flagged this information as something that should be released, so let's do it. And I'd like a progress report about the state of the audit. Has a firm been chosen to conduct the audit? When will it begin? How long is it expected to take? Once it's complete, how long is it expected to take for the results to be made public? And also, I hope you all get a chance to read and take to heart the comments submitted by Wayne Sherwood regarding the Deauville
Thank
building
you.
and rent stabilization.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments this evening?
One is Tom Gagliardo. I live in the city of Tacoma Park. All of you represent all of us. First, I want to associate myself with the remarks made by Ms. Moore. I also would be remiss if I didn't note that in the early 1980s, Tony Fisher was the chief of police, and he was the kind of model police chief that former council member Siemens spoke of. And if you look at an old issue of the Tacoma Park newsletter, you'll see that Tony Duvall said that when he was a kid growing up in Tacoma Park, Tony Fisher was his idol. Let me go back and repeat what I sent to all of you this morning. You may not have had a chance to read it. Here's the message I sent you. I am sending the attached report by the Maryland Attorney General. It's titled Concerning the Police-Involved Death in Montgomery County on September 24, 2024. I offer it to you only as an example of openness and transparency and not for its specific contents. It was made publicly available by the Attorney General, linking it to an article that appeared in the Baltimore Sun. I provided you with the link. I take the mayor at her word when she publicly states, and I quote, "The City Council is striving to facilitate the audit process as transparently as possible. And I look forward to full disclosure of the Cooper versus City of Tacoma Park audit when it is completed." Last week, I asked 5 questions. Some of them were repeated by Jackie just a moment ago, but I'm going to ask some of them again. And during your comments, I'm going to ask any one of you to please answer these questions, which do not require an audit to be answered. 1, who approved the $1 million settlement on behalf of the city? We know that Rob DeSpirito signed the agreement, but I'm sure there were others who were part of the approval process. 2, why was settlement in that amount in the best interest of the city? 3, why did Mr. Black remain employed for 2 years after he was disciplined, not only for sexual harassment, but for 6 other separate charges of misconduct? I wait your answer.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments this evening?
Good evening, Paul Hubner, Ward 3. I'm here to tell a tale about apartments and renting that relates to the proposed changes being contemplated for our rent stabilization law. I want you to see some specifics behind the abstract academic presentations. I'll tell a tale of what it's really like to rent, because we all need a place to live, and Tacoma Park is really a wonderful, stable, safe place to do that. My tale is a personal tale. The first apartment I remember was at 14th and Euclid, near Malcolm X Park, where we swam in the 16th Street pond in our underwear. The next place we lived was at 3rd and Kennedy, later noteworthy for the notorious Kennedy Street crew. From Kennedy Street, we moved to 7th and Missouri Avenue, where I dug a foxhole across the street in an open lot and learned to ride my first bike. Shortly after that, we moved to 13th and Colorado Avenue. That's where I walked to school and was regularly shook down for my lunch money by Butch on my way to school. "Let me hold a quarter," he would say while he patted my pocket for change. Next, my mother, sister, and I moved in with relatives into their apartment on 13th and Longfellow Street, and then into our own place at 913 Longfellow. That was the place where we got our first console TV. Next, we were back at 1301 Longfellow Street and on the 9th and Peabody. Our apartment there was next to Hicks Chevrolet, where we jumped the fence, steel hubcaps and parts. It was also only a block from Nativity, where I went to school and where Father Kemp knowingly allowed us to break into the school gym. I think he knew, because he knew what we'd do left to our own devices. God bless Father Kemp. From Peabody Street, we moved on to an efficiency on Fenwick Lane in Silver Spring so I could qualify for in-state tuition and resident status and go to UMCP at College Park. I want you to know that I moved 10 times in 18 years from grade school to college. I want you to know that moving like this is typical for many lower income families, especially those with a single parent. As you consider the rent stabilization law, I hope you will bear in mind how very difficult and disruptive it can be to move so much because of unaffordable housing costs and unsafe neighborhoods. One of the most important things in life is a place to call home. The key words in our rent stabilization law are rent and stabilization. A stable home with a family is one of the most important elements in a child's life. Protect our rent stabilization law as it is now, or even better yet, strengthen it. Keep Tacoma Park the safe, affordable, stable neighborhood that is now for many people. Few things in life are more important than a stable place to live.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments this evening?
Hi, I'm Alicia O'Brien, Ward 6. And I just spent a couple hours this afternoon because I was going through some mail and I thought I'm going to just pop by since this is tonight. But I had speaking of Piney Branch, I was at an event for my daughter for the Geo Bowl, the end of March, and I was parked. I admit, I got a ticket and because I was too close to a driveway, which I still think that I maybe wasn't that close. But anyways, I got a ticket and but actually I thought, I'm not sure if this is completely wrong. So I'm gonna probably stop by and talk to somebody about it. I forgot about it. Month goes by and I get a thing from the MDOT that I've got a flag on my registration. And to make a long story short, I paid the late fee, which was $45. So there was two $15 fees. So I paid the $45 for the ticket plus the $15 late fee and another $15 late fee. And then I got a $35 administrative fee and a flag. So anyways, I figured this all out today because I was trying to figure out, I spent 2 hours and it's, $130 and my time. But I'm just thinking, is this what we're doing to the city for people that have low income, that they're spending double on fees for a $45 ticket? I just wanted to share because I was surprised by that. Again, I admit that I did it. I know I was wrong, but it's not about my issue. I was just thinking, is this what we're doing? Is we're folks that have limited means and we're charging them all of these fees? And this wasn't even the county, this was the city. So I was just surprised by that. And I just wanted to share that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, team. I want to make sure Jumana Musa gets 5 minutes. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Jumana Musa, Ward 6. I've been a resident of Tacoma Park for like 23 and a half years at this point. I'm going to talk fast because I have a lot to say. And I actually didn't come here to talk about Gaza, except that I happened to come here on the 600th day of the genocidal campaign that Israel is waging on the Palestinian people, not just in Gaza now, but also the West Bank. And I will tell you, My heart races walking in here because of the terrible experience that I had talking to what I thought was my progressive counsel about a ceasefire resolution. And I say that because we saw the strident language of the Ukraine resolution. We gave you draft language. We gave you other cities' resolutions. We came in every week with all hosts of people to talk about what is happening. And what we got, the right words that we were waiting for, was the kind of language that dehumanized Palestinians, that papered over a genocide, and that actually is a drop in the bucket compared to what everyone else is doing, but was part and parcel of what got us here today, right? Where babies can be blown up, where hospitals can be bombed, where people can be burned alive, journalists can be targeted, but we made sure that things just magically happened to Palestinians, except for they did horrible things. So I had to get that off my chest. I want to talk as a member of the task force to reimagine public safety, which was not a task force to reify Tacoma Park policing. However, and Chief Duvall, I know you always try to call me when I quote you, but this was not me. WJLA, you can take it up with them, reported that Chief Duvall proceeded to highlight that Tacoma Park's Reimagining Public Safety Task Force is stacked with citizens who are anti-police and few, if any, citizens who consider themselves to be pro-law enforcement. When you created the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, what you got is people who wanted to reimagine public safety. You didn't get a lot of people who were there who were good with what we were delivering. So this is the person that reports on the progress of the task force that we formed and asked you to create a subcommittee of to help with implementation. That subcommittee is not qualified as the Chiefs Advisory Board, which are the Chiefs cheerleaders. I will say from that time, first of all, Dominique Williams and James Lionel Johnson both were shot in the parking lot in front of the buildings on New Hampshire Avenue. And the police basically took the statement of the off-duty Pentagon police officer, put it out as a press release, never mentioned the fact that he had actually also been called on before, never looked at the video. We had encountered somebody else in the building with a weapon. We asked and we're told we were going to be briefed on what has changed. Nothing ever got briefed. They said, oh, we can't talk about an active case. This wasn't about the case Tacoma Park policy. So I'm very curious what policies will change or if they'll tell us what changed over the harassment claim. The second thing I will say, there have been some updated policies. The body-worn camera policy was updated. It says it's best practices. It is not. It is anemic. There's a half a page of commentary that is like a pre-apology or explanation for what their police officers might do, which doesn't belong there. What it doesn't have is, number one, clear information on what happens in a use of force incident. Best practices, if they want best practices, is that a police officer not actually view the video before they write up their report for many reasons, including that rewrites their memory and that allows them to actually tailor their story to the video. However, all it says is that they can review video, and then in a use of force report, the supervisor completing the use of force report will note in the report that the video may be available for the incident. That's not best practices. It goes on to talk about even just how long you hold the information. 53 weeks? That's completely out of pocket. 30 days is what's good practice if there's nothing in there, right? Or for at least as long as somebody could file a complaint. No longer than that. There's no reason to hold it for 53 weeks. In addition, for anything that is where the time tolls, right? If you have a murder charge, you can hold that forever because there's no statute of limitations. If there's evidence of another crime that you haven't charged anyone, hold it until the statute is done. If it is evidence, it stays with evidence. But 53 weeks is ridiculous, and this is not actually parsed out in the way it could. We actually also gave them best practices and other cities' policies. You should look at the Lexington, Kentucky policies. They're actually very strong. Again, this is the anti-police people who apparently don't have enough information or knowledge or expertise to be consulted by this council as they implement these recommendations. Lastly, we recommended against AOPRs. You guys have gone ahead with them. I actually had to do a deep dive to figure out which one it is, but these are things I think you probably don't know. You have Leonardo Alsag. You may know that part. What you may not know is you are a sanctuary city. You don't help ICE. However, what I know about license plate readers, for sure flock safety, probably Leonardo Alsag and others, is that all that information goes into a much larger database that ICE does access. So the information you're gathering around Tacoma Park may well be in a database that ICE accesses. In addition, Leonardo Alsag actually has technology which will allow them to track who is in the car. I know you said you don't know who's in the car. Untrue. They have technology that tracks things like RFID devices, Bluetooth on your telephone, even the chip that you put in your dog to find them if they get lost. It can track all of that. And so what I will say is that and Axon, we don't even have time to get into Axon, but the way that these technology companies are bringing much more than what they say they are on their face is something that you should be actually looking to experts for. And by experts, I don't mean briefed by the police. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments this evening?
Colleen Cordes, Ward 1. I listened to the researcher, Dr. Stacy's presentation last week, and it was just very disappointing that she made a major error in describing our law, and it contributed to her characterizing it as extreme, which is that she did not, she presented it that we do not have an exemption for new construction. And of course, we do have a 5-year exemption for new construction. What was most um, disappointing about that is that no one from the senior staff in the room corrected that error, even though staff did correct her error on DC. She said something about the DC law that made it sound more stricter than it is. Staff corrected that error, but they did not correct this error, major error about our own law, which made our, encouraged her to discourage it as being extreme. So this is a matter of trust as we begin this process that we need, this is so important, as Paul was talking about. This issue is so critical. It's such an important law. It's had such a huge impact on our community, the success of rent stabilization on the whole community. And we need to be able to trust each other that as we begin this review, we're going to really take an honest look and a deep, broad look. And we're not just going to bring in people to talk about the effect on rental housing supply and new development, but that we really are going to review the full social impacts of our rent stabilization policies and law, and what the impact has been on renters, homeowners, and on our whole community. So please, I would just ask that to build trust in this process, staff and council and residents all try to be as honest with each other and keep us all, on point and with facts as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments? Okay, virtual public comments? Okay. Okay. I give us 1 second and we just want to make sure we can hear you in the room. Okay, you're ready to go.
Hi, this is Randy Gibson, Ward 3. Sorry I'm not there in person. I want to congratulate you for your efforts to develop a performance management system. The consultant's presentation last week was a step forward, although I focused tonight on the need to broaden the input and scope of performance measures. Why a performance management system? As a former council member, I can say unequivocally, the council cannot provide strong policy and budgetary guidance without knowing what strategic and programmatic success looks like. I hope you will also agree with one city's stated purpose to recognize successes and areas needing improvement. I would add that progressive and transparent performance measures meaningful to the public can help address our city's trust deficit. Among proposed measures, many address useful internal operational objectives. However, underrepresented are the output measures, quantity, quality, and effectiveness that most residents care about. For example, additional measures in the area of public safety should be considered. Where is the measure for the average police response time to emergency calls? Or a measure tracking staff's comfort level with internal civil rights protections? For other recommendations, take a look at the Reimagining Public Safety Safety Task Force, which I guess you are. The environment is also an area where actionable measures meaningful to residents and council are needed. How about a measure to maintain or strengthen the tree canopy or increase solar panel adoption? And while a measure is proposed to track community-wide CO2 emissions, can we also adopt a measure to monitor city and contractor emissions? In the housing area, let's consider tracking against the agreed goals of no net loss of affordable housing or no displacement. Controlling property taxes in the city's budget are arguably among the residents' biggest concerns. Among proposed measures, I found a few to improve process efficiency, although not specifically targeting cost savings. Shouldn't every department and division have measures that encourage both efficiency and effectiveness? two goals which emerged out of this year's budget debate need to be considered: reducing deficit spending and comparing property tax rates to the CPI rate. To conclude, the consultants reached out to staff but did not interview council members or ask residents what performance measures are needed. This is now your job. That is now your job to identify those measures most useful to the council, to residents, and staff. The measures you select must help you perform a key function, provide sound policy and budget guidance. Hopefully, they will be well used by many future councils. Good luck and thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move to council comments. Do we have any council comments this evening? I'm going to actually move us to manual. Okay. I'm sorry, Councilmember Hanzak, do you mind hit your mic to speak? Are you planning? Okay. Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. All right, Councilmember Gilbert.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for all the comments. I had a good conversation yesterday with a former council member, Randy Gibson, and I'm not sure if you're listening, Randy, but thank you for your time yesterday. Good conversation about affordable housing. And that was the emphasis on that conversation. And I agree, we need to make sure that that is on the forefront of our minds as we move forward with looking into our policies is affordable housing. We've lost so much of it over the past few years. We have several condominiums now in the city, so hundreds of units lost to affordable housing, and we need to make sure we stabilize that. A couple of things, my weekly reminders. Juneteenth committee has been working really hard on the Juneteenth celebration, June 19th, in memory of approximate 250 souls. They had to wait 3 years after the Emancipation Proclamation before being freed. So we're going to have a celebration at Lee Jordan Field, 7611 Pine Branch Road. Starts at noon. I believe, Mayor, you may be kicking it off. I'm not sure if you
I think
got
so.
that notification. And it will end at
I just show up where I'm told.
Yeah. I didn't know if you knew. Okay, so noon to 6. There'll be 2 bands I'm learning now, and Let's Play America will be there with games. There'll be vendors. We're gonna have a good time. Please, everyone, come out as we honor those souls. Recreation Department's Youth Exposed to Success Basketball League will beginning on June 9th. Registration is going very well. Again, they'll be at 2 locations this summer. The Recreation Center on New Hampshire Avenue and Rolling Terrace Elementary. I think John Webster with the Recreation Department emphasized that we need 7th graders. So if you know of any kids that, need something to do this summer, please encourage them to get signed up. Send them my way if they, need some help with that. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Gilbert. Sorry, everyone. I am still learning. I think this goes this way. All right. I think next is Councilmember DeBala.
Is this on? Yes, it is. Great. Thank you all for coming out and commenting, and especially thank you to Jemana for talking about the Public Safety Task Force perspective. I really appreciate it. It's graduation season, so congratulations to all the parents as well as the students for graduating from high school and college. These past couple weeks have been kind of busy in Ward 2. And 2 other things. One is it's getting close to the time that the city is going to be implementing our leaf blower law. Gas-powered leaf blowers will be banned as of July 1st. And so I'm asking if the city manager can double check with code enforcement, see what the plans are for making that, just reminding everybody one more time. And last and probably not least, the COG committee, policy committee on climate and energy met today. And I bring it up particularly because the Montgomery County Climate Program did an update that was really interesting about the measures they've made progress on, what they haven't been able to do in a whole bunch of different categories, from clean energy to resilience to equity. And if anybody wants a copy of the slides, let me know. I already sent them around to the council because I thought that was of interest. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Honzak?
I have to push this,
Nope,
right?
you're already live.
Oh, I'm sorry. Getting used to these new mics. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank everybody for coming out. I want to echo Councilmember DeBala. Thank you, Ms. Musa, for your comments about the reimagining public safety. I wasn't on council when a lot of the feedback was being given, and I'm looking forward to the conversation tonight and honestly continuing to learn and see what else can be done. I also am going to repeat something I said last week, which is please come out this weekend on Saturday, 2 to 5 for the Flower Avenue Together second annual celebration at Flower in Erie. We will, in addition to 4 or 5 different youth performances, we will also be announcing our winning youth sticker design, which may be someone from the Rolling Terrace community, I might just add, and I'm pretty excited about that. We actually had more than 100 entries, so really cool. And then thank you, Mayor, for joining me at Essex House last Thursday. I really appreciated what a long week that was for you and many of us. And it was a beautiful evening. I just want to share with my colleagues and thank you, Ms. Carpenter and Irma, for putting together all those certificates for the youth and the adults. It had been 6 years since the residents had been celebrated and recognized. And I think it was very much what those residents needed at this moment in time. And I'm quite sure that sentiment is shared across the city. We've been through so many trials and tribulations as a larger community and in our smaller communities, our residential communities. And this building has had a lot of challenges. So one of the beautiful things of the night, honestly, felt like we were sort of resetting a little bit with the building management, and it felt like maybe we could make some small progress on that. It's about building trust, and it felt like we were kind of starting to move in that direction. And I just hope we can generally make that a more of a linear direction. One of the lovely things that Enterprise announced on the evening of the event is that they had decided to cover the cost of and had commissioned an artist to paint a mural in honor of Jackie Frazier on the wall of their food pantry in their community room. So that was really lovely as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember Landman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to thank the speakers tonight. It was an exceptionally eloquent group of comments, and I would like to request, Ms. Musa, if you have your comments in writing, I would like a little, oh, well, unfortunately, you covered a lot of important territory there, and unfortunately, some of it went by too fast for my older brain, but I did very much appreciate your comments, and I'm especially sensitive to the point that you made about the difference between the kind of council that you advised having and the police chief's advisory council, which are not the same thing at all. So I very much appreciated your comments. I wanted to also reflect on some of the points that were made about rent stabilization. As we heard from the expert, who was imperfect, I agree with you, Ms. Cordes, she did note in one of her slides that one of the effects of rent stabilization programs is that it makes it more possible for people with lower incomes and that it results in a greater supply of housing for people who fit that categorization. And we know that in Tacoma Park, our rent stabilization law has made it possible for rents in Tacoma Park to be hundreds of dollars. I believe it's around $700 per month on average, less than nearby to Montgomery County, and that we have a longer residential time, but people average time that they stay in apartments, reflecting on Mr. Huebner's comments, is like 9 years here compared to, I think, 3 years or something like that in other rental housing. So we know that parts of our system are very effective. So I very much appreciate your comments. And finally, I want to say something else about the police, which is a big fat thank you for the very interesting experience I had with the police academy, which concluded on Tuesday of this week, and how it's exposed me to a number of really, really interesting and effective police officers and civilians who work for the department. And I recommend the program to everyone who didn't have the chance to take it yet. And lastly, the Piney Branch Elementary School and pool issue continues to be a live one for us. There's another meeting tomorrow evening from 7 to supposedly 8, but guaranteed it'll be 9 or later at the all-purpose room in Piney Branch. And I encourage residents who have kids in school now or will have kids in school a few years hence to attend and make your voices heard. And I've been encouraging the council to weigh in on that officially with the resolution. We'll see how that goes. But your support is important to keep this on the front burner for all of our local elected officials. We have the city council president and the county executive here in Tacoma Park. So I think we ought to be able to speak up in support of what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Councilmember Westlake.
Thank you. I'm going to echo what Councilmember Landman just said. I also just completed the Community Police Academy course, which was learned a lot. It was really great, and the instructors clearly put a lot of work into it. So really appreciate that. I want to thank everyone who spoke tonight, especially the folks from Ward 6, but especially Ms. Musa for your comments. Like others have said, I really look forward to the conversation tonight and the conversation going forward. I want to highlight two things this weekend. On Saturday, there'll be a dedication of the sculpture that is already outside of the Recreation Center on New Hampshire Avenue. It looks like a big bee pollinator hexagonal sculpture. So that will be at 11 o'clock, and I think there will be bug-themed activities. So if your kid or adults are into that, come on by. And lastly, I'm really, really looking forward to Sunday is Tacoma Park Pride. The family march will be starting at 10, leaving from the co-op. If you have never seen or participated, it's really great. Just everyone, grown-ups, kids, the whole crew can show up at the co-op, and we all march down to Laurel Avenue to downtown Tacoma. So you could join in the parade. You could stand on the sidelines and cheer folks on. I know my kids have enjoyed it in the past. I'm looking forward to that. And connected to that, I have begun having conversations with folks in Tacoma Park, particularly, in the broader LGBTQ plus community, but particularly folks that are transgender, gender diverse, non-binary, to see what is on their mind in the current state of things and how we as a city might be able to better support them. So anyway, if there's anyone who wants to say hi on Sunday, I will be marching, and then I will be at a booth space. But going forward, as always, I'm definitely available for any folks in that community and allies to that community who have thoughts about what we can do to help folks out. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. I wanted to say that the public comments we receive are so helpful, and that goes for the direct emails and emailed comments. I really believe that our deliberations are stronger to the extent that we listen closely. We're only as smart as our ability to listen. There were a lot of references tonight to a trust deficit in various ways in our community. Regarding the settlement, I'm not able to answer the questions that Mr. Gagliardo asked. I do feel strongly that a public discussion of the scope of the audit prior to finalizing it, as well as the discussion of desired credentials, is in order, and I'm hoping that will happen soon. Thank you to former Councilmember Gibson for that read on performance metrics. I agree that these should be a shared resource for employees and management, as well as the council and all of the other residents of our community. To the points made by Mr. Hubner and Ms. Cordes, and I believe this also relates to your comment, Ms. O'Brien, about, which was empathetic about parking tickets and fees. What is best for the most economically challenged is really the best for all of us. So that goes for the Piney Branch swimming pool as well, as Ms. Moore emphasized so eloquently. And also the gymnasium there, which is, I believe, 50% larger than an elementary school would normally have due to the agreement made in 1969. I appreciate former council member Siemens calling attention to improvements made in the police force. And at the same time, I think that tonight's revisiting of the task force recommendations is so important. As a community, we are called to have a long memory, and it's only 5 years since these important recommendations were brought forward. No, 4 years since these recommendations were brought forward. I've listened closely to Ms. Musa and Mr. Hefner's comments, and I will have them in mind as we review the task force's recommendations. I think that in our rush to move forward sometimes, we don't see the great value in pausing to think, to observe, and to imagine impacts closely. And with that, I'll just share a little story related to rent stabilization, which is that a member of our Pinecrest community, whom I've gotten to know well, is a business owner named Isaac, who, with his family, owns Dear A Coffee on New Hampshire Avenue. His wonderful children are often in there in the shop. Their family lives in Bethesda, but only because they were able to save up to get a home in Bethesda after living on Maple Avenue very stably and taking advantage of the wonderful schools in our community. And he is still very much in touch with his friends and neighbors from Maple Avenue and values that stability of that community a great deal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I just want to echo my colleagues in appreciation of all of the residents that have come out to provide comments this evening. I understand there's a lot that this council has on its plate to address, and as was discussed, hearing feedback in terms of Piney Branch feasibility study, the audit that is underway, follow up regarding public safety task force recommendations, as well as taking a look at our rent stabilization policies. Are all big ticket items that require a lot of brain power. And so we appreciate the fact that folks are offering feedback in support of council decision making. And so, I hope to encourage folks to continue to provide feedback to the council. In terms of things that are happening this week, many of these have already been discussed. I always say I'm glad that I'm last. But if you're trying to play, where's Talisha with the mayor? On Thursday, I will be attending the Piney Branch feasibility study meeting at Piney Branch. And just as a reminder for folks, that starts at 11 on. I'm sorry, it starts at 7, I should say. I was looking at something else that starts at 11, my bad. So it starts at 7 p.m. The on Saturday, I will be joining Councilmember Westlake at the Hexa Habitat sculpture dedication and party, and that starts at 11. So looking forward to that. Also, just as a reminder for folks to enjoy a good beer, Tacoma Truck Garden is also happening on Saturday, starting at noon. And then I will be joining Councilmember Hanzak in celebration of Flower Avenue. So I will be attending the Flower Avenue celebration that starts at 2 p.m. And we'll also be participating in Tacoma Pride on Sunday. So looking forward to being able to sport my Tacoma Pride t-shirt, rainbow glasses, and definitely looking forward to standing in solidarity with our LGBTQ plus neighbors and friends and allies as we walk in solidarity support of that community. And so with that, I will turn things over to our city manager for city manager comments. Hold on one second. Councilmember Layman. Hold on one second.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one thing that is, I'm going to just flag that at the Flower Avenue event, there will also be a Fix-It clinic, which was late coming to the table, but so bring your broken stuff, and it's going to be from 2 to 5, and I don't think you'll be able to miss us out there with our repair equipment.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, turning things over to City Manager DeSpirito.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council and guests. From the Housing and Community Development Department, this Friday, May 30th at 7 p.m., come watch G, Godfather of Baseball and Softball, at the Tacoma Park Auditorium here. Longtime Tacoma Park resident Gary Coach G. Weinstein put his passion for baseball into action when he founded the Tacoma Park Silver Spring Babe Ruth League more than 30 years ago, and continued to serve as a coach and a mentor for generations of young players. Film director Gabe Pinkney, a former player in the Babe Ruth League, created a documentary celebrating Weinstein's life and contributions, including interviews with local players and coaches and archival photos and video footage. Pinkney and Weinstein will lead a question and answer session with the audience after the screening. Come celebrate Tacoma Park's new public art installation on Saturday, May 31st at 11 a.m. at a free dedication party outside of the Tacoma Park Recreation Center. Local sculptor David Preet created the sculpture titled Hexa Habitat, a sacred geometry experience, to invite people to experience a deeper connection with nature and the appreciation of the vital roles of native plants and insects in supporting the environment. This will be also with bug-themed art activities for kids, food, games, and a discussion by Preet about his work. A reminder, on May 29th, Montgomery County Public Schools will be holding the third of 4 planned public meetings on the feasibility study for an approved major capital facility project for Piney Branch Elementary School. The meeting will start at 7 p.m. in the Piney Branch Elementary School auditorium. From the Police Department, road closure notice. This is related to the Tacoma Pride Parade and Street Fair on Sunday, June 1st. Please be advised of the following road closures and traffic impacts related to the Tacoma Pride Parade and Street Fair taking place, again, on Sunday, June 1st. From 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., there will be a rolling street closure with a police escort along Carroll Avenue from 7300 Carroll Avenue to 7000 Carroll Avenue for the Tacoma Pride Parade. Expect brief delays and plan alternate routes if possible. From 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. that day, Laurel Avenue will be closed to all traffic for the Tacoma Pride Street Fair. Please use alternate routes during this time. We appreciate your cooperation in helping to make this a safe and celebratory event for all. And finally, from the City Manager's Office, a shout out this week from the Housing and Community Development Department for Dwayne Rick Baravecchia. Beyond overseeing code enforcement, Rick has been instrumental in both programming to educate residents on how to keep up their homes in a sustainable manner. This includes his recent educational event, which was called How to Really Save the Bees, Creating Habitat for Native Pollinators. Thank you, Rick, for all of your work to make Tacoma Park a clean and green city. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and so with that, we are going to move into our voting session. Tonight, we have the resolution authorizing submittal of legislative action requests to the Maryland Municipal League. And so everyone should have a copy of the resolution on in their package. And I want to personally thank Councilmember DeBala and Councilmember Landman, because I will say this was probably one of the more difficult times with putting together legislative action requests, given vetoes and bills that are in flux and money or lack thereof at the state level, trying to figure out the right balance in terms of what we are proposing, um, was a delicate art this time around. So with that, I'll kind of turn things over to Councilmember DeBala and Councilmember Landman to kind of walk through the items that are before you.
So
Oh, sorry, I forgot I have to actually. You're live now.
So I'll just start and set the stage. So you have a draft resolution modeled after last year. Thank you, Mayor. The purpose of this entire exercise is what legislation would we like to see Maryland Municipal League push this coming year on behalf of municipalities statewide. So just to set the stage, are there any other ways besides statewide legislation to get to where we want? Yeah, there are a lot of other ways, including our own individual legislative efforts later this year. But that's the focus tonight. We think that MML is likely to, without any encouragement from us, to support, once again, alternative revenue sources for municipalities in the next legislative session, and to focus also on better coordination with counties. Not everybody has the relationship with Montgomery County and the tax duplication as much as we complain about it. Not everybody has even that. So the field is open for all the different things that we have discussed. Jessica, Councilmember Lehman and I have talked to Delegate Charkoudian, to MML staff, to our state advocate, Ann, and so forth, to come up with where we are now. It has been a moving target because until today, we didn't know the final disposition of some of the bills from this year. So it's sort of hard to say, are we going to recommend them for next year? All right, so all that said, I'll turn to just then my, I guess I'll take you have two resolves. I'll take the second resolve, which used to be your number one. It was the one about climate.
Point of order.
Yes.
Does the public have access to this document, or could we
I
put it
asked
up on the
for it
screen?
to be. Did we post it?
It should.
Yeah,
It should be
I asked
posted.
if you. Okay, so it is posted. And
Okay.
could we get it up?
If it's possible to show, because we're now taking these things
Yeah.
out of order, so we could at least put them on the screen.
Yeah,
'cause-
yeah. Thank you
yeah,
for pointing
yeah,
that out.
thank you.
Yeah. We don't have to take them out of order. Who's doing number one? That's you.
Okay, that's one. Okay.
1, 2.
So I should go now?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Hold on one second. Let me make.
And then while,
Okay, there
while
you
we're
go.
getting while we're getting this
It's
up.
posted and yeah.
Okay, so just to add one other point to the explanation that you just gave, we can give MML up to 3 things that we want them to include. And we did a little futzing to come up with a way to suggest 3 legislative matters and 1 strategic matter that we wanted to put in front of MML. So I'll talk about the two first legislative proposals. The first, and I'll just read it because I don't see it on the screen right now. That'll be the fastest. The council urges MML to initiate or support legislation that would establish a formalized statutory process for local and state highway administration and utilities in this state that would ensure timely cooperation when highway authorities determine that it is necessary to remove, relocate, or adjust a utility facility for a highway project. I think we needed to have municipal or local highways in here as well as state highways, or it just says a highway project now. The idea here is that we've had a lot of problems with things like utility poles that need to be moved or wires that need to be moved and that are not being addressed in a timely fashion by the utilities. And this is addressed to the any utility, but one person moves a pole and then a lot of other utilities need to coordinate. And so the idea here is that we formalize this in legislation. This comes with special encouragement from Delegate Charkoudian, who tried in the past and did not yet succeed in getting this through. So we want to encourage it to move again. And the second is the thing that we initiated here. I'll just read it. It's brief. The council urges MML to support legislation that enables municipal and other parties who incur property damage because of negligence or default in utility services to recover repair or replacement costs without having to prove the willful default or negligence of the utility company. And that's because we know from our own experience that we are facing significant costs, as are many of our residents, and the standard of proof for being reimbursed is extremely difficult to prove, especially for individuals. And so we thought it was appropriate, and Delegate Charkoudian agreed that this was something that she thought was a good idea as well, to make it possible for people to recover, not the lost time in your job and not the personal, whatever, emotional distress, but the cost of damages to repair or replace. Thank you. That's it. Councilmember DeBala, back to you for the other two items.
Hold on 1 second. Let me make you live.
There you go.
Yeah, so we have three proposed legislative requests and one strategic request, as Councilmember Landman said. Let's go through them all and then double back one by one, take comments. Okay.
Do you want me to cover the
Yes.
SNAP one? Okay.
That's going to be the next thing I was going to say.
No worries.
Since this is
So,
your proposal.
Yeah. So one of the things that Councilmember DeBala and Councilmember Landman had looked into was the possibility of us maybe putting forward again the tax credit adjustment for low to moderate income homeowners. And so we knew that the funds, the bill costs associated with that had already been reviewed and were pretty pricey. And so one of our thoughts was that it might not fly this time around, given current budget concerns. And so I kind of felt strongly like we needed to put something forward that could at least acknowledge some of the challenges that folks are encountering. And so one thought was looking at SNAP. So we know that there's uncertainty at the federal level for funding of SNAP. And so one thought was that we could, currently the state of Maryland doesn't have a double benefits program for SNAP. What it does have is the Maryland Money Market Program, which provides double SNAP benefits for food and vegetables in farmers markets like the Crossroads Farmers Market and the Tacoma Farmers Market. And so one thought was to encourage the state to expand that program to include potentially a subset of grocery stores that would also allow for a multiplier, a SNAP multiplier. Now that would again cost money. Don't know if it's going to fly, but thought that it might be good for us as a city to try to at least propose something that might meet some of these needs that we're anticipating. And given that addressing food insecurity was something that was of importance to this council, particularly as it relates to our quality of life grants, I thought that this might be a way for us to make that suggestion to MML and see if other communities are concerned as well. Councilmember Ball, give me 1 second. Okay, there you go.
Okay, so I'm gonna cover the last one and then double back to say some of the things that I heard from MML and from our state advocate today. So another thing that you can do with MML is to propose a strategic initiative where what this does is it allows the staff to be prepared on an issue so that when the bills come racing through, the legislative committee is not just reactive. So based on the experience we all had this year with the climate related, particularly the building related legislation, and given the importance to municipalities of the tools that we need to meet our climate goals in the areas of buildings, particularly buildings and transportation, because those are the two big ones for locals. We're proposing that MML adopt a strategic initiative on state climate legislation so that they can be ready to roll this year when everybody picks up the pieces from what happened in the last session. So that's the fourth one, and it counts separately from the 3 legislative requests. So when I did get some feedback from MML about this last one, and they thought that a strategic initiative for this topic rather than a particular legislative proposal made sense at this point because nobody really knows what's gonna be next. I got a little bit of feedback from our state advocate on I'm working backwards, sorry, on the supplemental nutrition assistance program, and she called around a little bit to some advocates, and it seems as though folks agree that the state will have to do something. Whether this is the thing to do, not clear. And so suggesting the way that it's written is pretty general. The way that you explained it was much more specific. Something general that would allow, in this case, would allow MML to be part of the conversation early on because of its importance to residents of municipalities. And so that would essentially be the reason why we would ask for this and why MML might look more favorably on it, even though it's money, than some other requests that we've kicked around in the last couple of weeks, because this has to get done. So skipping the wording for a minute, I did get feedback on the first one also. The governor did veto the state highways, the SHA sidewalk bill. So this went down to the last day, and the sponsors were expecting that it would go through without a signature, and instead he vetoed it. He vetoed it because in his letter, which anybody who wants it, we can share, in the governor's letter, he said that he felt essentially that he had already told SHA to do this. Yeah, so as State Highway is being expected to prioritize, so for the money that it has and for the work capacity that it has, to prioritize sidewalks along state highways that contribute to public safety, to pedestrian and bike safety, are part of a zero vision plan or are part of a safe streets plan. So that's fine, but that's not about the money, which is what we were concerned about the first time. It still says that SHA may contribute money to this. If they have money to contribute, then they would have to prioritize it on these projects. And they have to prioritize their work time on these projects. But again, the governor feels that he's essentially directed that already. So we regrouped, as Councilmember Landon said, to focus more on the utility part of this rather than the sidewalk part of this. But it's 2 pieces of the same concern that this city council had last year. Do you want to? No? Okay. That's it on background. Thank you.
And I just want to say, in this version of, it seems like it was cut off. The item number 3, the wording was cut off. So it should say, I just noticed it myself. No, no offense. Considering the uncertainty of federal funding for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program SNAP, the council urges MML to support or initiate legislation that could expand SNAP benefits, i.e. double SNAP benefits. This includes expanding programs like the Maryland Market Money Program, which provides extra funds for SNAP recipients to purchase fresh produce at farmers markets to include grocery stores.
And that's why I thought it was more focused, less
Mhm.
focused, because that's what's missing.
Yep. And so the first part really was just general and using the expansion of the Maryland Market Money Program just as an example.
Which is the way I
Mhm.
prefer to see it.
Yep.
Are you taking comments now?
Yes, we can take comments now. Now, everyone bear with me as I am trying to deal with deal with the mics. All right. Council Member Hanzak.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Councilmember Landman, Tabala, and the mayor for putting these together. I think they are very representative of what this council, the prior council, prior to you, had been discussing and sort of building on that progress, as well as where we're at right now. I just wanted to share that, especially with my newer colleagues. And I think these are excellent ideas and are also very much in line with our goals for greater, I'm going to call it financial sustainability as a city. I think that is a good direction of travel right now for our city. In addition to meeting the basic needs, a lot of these are a 2-for-1, helping people as well and helping achieve things we want to achieve in the city, but also being economically advantageous to the city. So I just have one quick question actually related to SHA. And I guess my question is really, you mostly answered it, Councilmember Dabala, with your comment about the sidewalks, but I just wanted to check in with our city management. Is number one in line, or is there anything else from SHA that city management has been hoping, seeking, would like to achieve that you could also imagine could go in here as an alternative in addition to I just want to make sure we're covering our bases. I know that when I came onto council 3 years ago, there were so many pent up issues with and challenges working with SHA that I know there's a lot of need. Does this meet the needs as well as you can imagine?
Madam Mayor, I want to clarify, this is directed at other utilities helping the SHA more than it is at the SHA getting its act in order.
Mhm.
And the legislation that the governor vetoed actually would have been directed at the
At
SHA.
Correct.
And so
Okay,
this
good
will
point.
help us, but it won't
ask
get
anything.
at the problems we have with the SHA unless their excuse for delay is a stalled other utility.
Thank you for that.
exactly correct.
Thank you for that clarity. So then actually let me reframe my question slightly, which is there anything from SHA that might be very important to us that isn't indicated here besides the obvious, which Councilmember Dabala discussed about sidewalks?
So I do just want to echo Councilmember Landman's point that this covers utility work that happens in the right of way. And so for SHA's involvement, it would be the SHA right of way along, which would be along state roads. But I think one of the things that Councilmember Dabala and I believe Councilmember Landman just mentioned in terms of edit, and we do need to move this item before we start mucking around with it, but making it clear that we are talking about for a local or state highway project. So basically what this says is, hey, municipalities would like for a bill to be put in place that would require localities and SHA to work with the utility companies, or it could be focused on the utility companies, like, hey, utilities, you have to work with localities and SHA when it comes to time, in a timely way, addressing double poles, wires all over the place, and any additional adjustments that you have to make to your infrastructure that's on our roads.
Yep, I think I fully understand, and I guess maybe it maybe is begging the question for my colleagues, why would you be asking about SHA particularly? The reason I'm asking about SHA and asking that of the city management, I haven't had a chance to discuss it with you all. And I know that in general, we'd had a lot of troubles with SHA, and we have had to hone this down to 3 or 4 priorities. So I'm just asking the question to know what else might be out there with SHA that you could imagine. And I'm not necessarily suggesting we change anything. I'm just curious.
I mean, we're
about
still
priorities.
going to battle with SHA, and Councilmember DeBala and I talked at length today about the bill that the governor vetoed, which was our original intent was to say, hey, SHA, you should pay for your own sidewalks and ADA modifications along state roads. That should not be placed on, municipalities and counties to do. And it's part of that bill. There were some back and forth around like the actual financial structure for when localities may submit their wish list, so to speak, for SHA, and kind of how those things get paid for and addressed. Now, the question is, I don't necessarily agree that this is already in place, but I'm going to trust the governor that he's working on some things. But I think that for the purpose of MML, and given that this veto letter just came in yesterday, we would put that on pause for whether or not we want to pursue any county related approaches, or when we are talking with our District 20 delegation in December, bringing that up again, because we'll be in a better place to understand how the governor is actually hoping to make sure that this issue is addressed through his management of SHA. So I think that was one of the reasons why we said, okay, let's put that on ice just for the time being. We have a whole slew of things that we want to happen with SHA, but for the purpose of for the Maryland Municipal League, let's focus on the fact that we also know that utilities in the right of way and the management of the utilities in the right of way has been a problem.
Okay.
And Councilmember DeBala, I just want to make sure, and Councilmember Landman, if you have anything to add. Sorry, give me 1 second. Let me find you. Oh, there you go.
I would appreciate hearing from the city manager on this. I want to report that the state delegate most likely to sponsor something like this is our own Delegate Charkoudian, and her view was, let's the dust settle, let's see where we are. Not sure what she wants to propose yet, and what MML said to that. And there's a lot of process. Was that in the fall, if there is a specific bill as opposed to an area, like SHA is an area, that we could come back in and say, HB fill in the blank, MML should support this, actively support this, and then the legislative committee would look at it at that point, at a specific bill. But we don't have a specific bill, and we don't have, in my view, we don't have a specific bill, and we don't have a specific sponsor. And so to say we want to go for SHA, that's why it's not on the list.
I hear you. Is it all right if we could just briefly hear from the city?
Yeah,
Since
absolutely.
that was my original question.
Yes.
I totally understand the political rationale
Yes.
for it. It seems very sad.
I'm sorry I jumped ahead there.
No, that's okay.
Hold on 1 second, everyone. Let me just give,
Oh,
because your mic wasn't on. Yeah, we can't talk anymore unless you click your button, and that includes the city manager. No one can speak. I have the power of the big screen. City Manager DeSpirito.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm responding, given that conversation, precisely to a question. I believe initially it was, do my team and I see any advantage into broadening the point beyond utilities? Because clearly this is written focused on issues having to do with utility, their facilitation, if not assuming cost, for improvements when there is a removal or relocation or adjustment of utilities. If the question is, do I favor adding additional things to this? Um, it it might dilute the point that we're trying to make here. If we add, as Madam Mayor said, there's a slew of things that we are on an ongoing basis addressing with SHA. And that's one of the reasons why we participate in quarterly meetings with them and otherwise approach them on an as-needed basis, oftentimes with great support from the mayor and council. So if the question is, again, I guess I want to confirm the question. Is it about whether we're interested as staff in adding to this?
Hold on one second, Councilman. There you go.
Thank you. I cannot hear myself and how I asked it, but what I intended was, are there any other priorities with SHA that you had envisaged would rise to the level possibly of having commonality with other cities? So it could be an alternative to or a broadening of, and I'm just thinking about SHA in this instance. I'm just curious. I'm not necessarily suggesting
Sure.
that any changes should be made. I'm curious about your thoughts on the matter.
I, of course, could consult with my staff and get back to the council on that, but nothing that comes immediately to mind, given that the focus here is to share legislative approaches. I mean, there's a lot of things and a lot of smaller things that we pursue with SHA that don't necessarily require legislative action. If the focus here is about advocacy, to have, the purpose of the resolution is to, again, to initiate or support legislation, then there's maybe not a lot of those other things that rise to that level, or it may not need that. It may just be, hey, can you get this on your maintenance list? Hey, can you budget for this? Hey, can you pay some attention to this, whether it's a safety concern or whatever it is. Oftentimes does not require a coordinated legislative approach. So the quick answer is no, I'm not thinking of anything else that would sort of fit this template, but I appreciate the question and we'll continue to be mindful of things that may rise to that level.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. I appreciate the sidestep and the dexterity of switching to this kind of a request in place of the original. And I think, like, in terms of advocating for it, I'd suggest that what this seems to be saying is that we would like legislation that prioritizes the safe and equitable movement of people over the utility infrastructure. And as an exemplar or a case in point, a number of us, including the city manager, can think of the utility pole at the intersection of Philadelphia and Carroll across from Cielo Rojo and the fire station, where that pole, being an immovable object, led the SHA to have to push the corner outward so far to meet ADA requirements that we then lost a lane of traffic on Carroll at that point. So I think that if that anecdote might be valuable, or if that kind of framing of it might be valuable in talking with MML, that could help push us forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Landman.
Yeah, just one more clarifying point about this. First, I will say that it was at the suggestion of Delegate Charkoudian that we went down this path, because she was telling us tales of woe and intrigue in other places as well that involve the inability to move forward with projects because there is no timetable for other utilities to cooperate and do the things that need to be done to allow road projects to go forward. And I just also wanted to flag, it's not only utility poles, this also applies to other public utilities like underground utilities for electricity or for stormwater management or sewer transportation as well. And so it is broader in its reach, and it will remove a major excuse of the State Highway Administration, but it will also nudge the other utilities to cooperate by, putting a timeline in place for them to do what they're required to do.
Great, thank you. And I see our city clerk. We haven't moved this, and we're about to, but we also have some edits that it seems. Yes. Let's see.
I just wanted to note that Deputy City Manager Eubanks has his hand up. I
Oh, I
think he
cannot
might have
see.
had something to contribute.
Okay. I am so sorry, Deputy City Manager Eubanks.
Yeah,
We
can you hear me?
we can hear you.
Okay, great. So to the question from Councilmember Honzak, just briefly, and I don't know if it's worth trying to make a change at this late hour, but I do believe it's something that council ought to be aware of, perhaps for future reference. We had a conversation today with some finance folks from the county about franchise fees. Franchise fees, at least in part, are funds that we receive through the county as a pass-through, but that are ultimately fees that utility companies, such as cable companies, Comcast, Verizon, RNC, RCN, at least as it applies to Tacoma Park, that we receive for cable subscriptions. And as we all know, cable subscriptions over the last decade, probably two, have been decreasing at a relative rate, to the point where the expectation now is that because of an audit that Comcast just conducted, identifying or clarifying the number of subscribers that are actually subscribed to some of these utility companies is decreasing, such that we are losing funding on a quarterly basis year over year. 20,000 to 8,000 is anticipated for FY26, 20,000 for FY25, 8,000 for FY26, and that decline is expected to continue. And so it's a loss of revenue, significant loss of revenue. 25 and FY26, mostly again because of this audit that clarified the number of subscribers. Long story short, what is I think a conversation that might have been in its infancy that I believe is going to grow based on the conversation we had today is the concept of charging utility companies for the use of the right-of-way. Currently, they have free use of the utility poles that they apply their infrastructure to at no cost. And so because we're losing this revenue source from subscriptions, there's an idea which would require some state level support that they be charged some kind of fee for the use of that public right of way. And so that might be all that to say that might be something either now or later that's something council wants to consider as pushing for MML, because it does affect actors and county actors. So I just wanted to provide that little bit of context for you all to consider.
Thank you very much. I am trying to figure out how to work that in. Council Member Landman.
That is very helpful to know. That's going to be something that goes through probably a very different committee in the legislature because it's going to be a financing matter. And it's definitely worth discussing with our colleagues at MML to see what the possibilities are and what the probabilities are. And it could be that that's something that would be more for the bottom line standpoint, more beneficial to this city, and also, though, of broad interest to other municipalities. So I don't know if we can get that into this list of three in time, but I think it's definitely worth exploring. I'd be interested in asking the deputy city manager, this discussion, who was at the table? Were other municipalities at the table, or how preliminary was this conversation about the concept?
Yeah, the concept conversation was just really anecdotal or tangential to the larger conversation about the loss of revenue. We received information from the county folks about this being a growing discussion. So we don't have any robust evidence to suggest that there are many counties or many cities that are contemplating this right now. They just suggested that this is a growing concept and something that we may want to consider in the future, just because of the amount of revenue loss that is anticipated over some period of time.
Councilmember, okay,
So,
hold on 1 second. I had just turned you on. There you go. There you go.
so to, no pun intended, to move this along, I would like to move this resolution, and then we can start to add words or subtract words as people would like, or for that matter, an entire item if there's one that doesn't sit well with people.
Right. Would someone like, so Councilmember DeBala has moved. Do I have a second? Councilmember Landman seconds. Any additional points of discussion or amendments? And just so that everyone knows, I believe I've set it up to where when you hit your mic turns on. Okay, all right.
I have a couple of amendments, but I don't know if anybody else wants to go first.
Okay, seeing none,
Okay.
Councilmember
So
DeBala.
in the first one, this is a friendly amendment to add local or state in front of the word highway on highway authorities on the third line. On the third line, highway authorities to add local or state. So that's a friendly amendment. I don't think that's a big deal. I would like to suggest that one way to get the thought in about franchise fees and to also make it more attractive to MML is to ask them, urge MML to initiate or support legislation that does two things. One, the established process. The other, and charges to utilities for loss of revenue from franchise fees. And I don't care which one comes first. And so then we would have introduced the concept to them, to MML, and let them decide, since they're so interested in additional revenue sources, maybe this will appeal.
Councilmember DeBala, can you read that whole thing? I just want to make sure I'm clear on where you're putting the addition.
I think I would put it first. So council urges MML to initiate or support legislation that, first thing, charges, thank you, authorizes charges to utilities for loss of revenue from franchise fees,
Mhm.
and that would establish, et cetera.
Okay, got it.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, City Manager.
just a quick clarification. Alternatively, it could refer to, rather than the loss of revenue, I mean, that would be why we're doing it. But literally, would it not be beginning to charge? The legislation would be geared towards giving municipalities the ability to charge for use of local, basically for right-of-way use.
Authorizes municipalities to charge utilities for
Use of local or state right-of-way.
Mhm.
I think that's a very important amendment because it's actually the right-of-way usage that gives us any kind of rationale for charging a fee, not the use of the telephone pole that doesn't belong to us in the first place.
Yeah, I fully respect that the reason we're talking about it is, and what precipitated this was the loss of revenue.
That's good.
But I think if we're going to try to tie, what's the what's the rationale for a new charge for utilities? Literally, I think it would be, as Deputy City Manager Eubanks said, tied to for compensation for use of right-of-ways. And then, of course, if there are funds derived from that process, the city, can see that as a bit of an offset for reduced revenues due to reduced cable subscriptions.
Okay, so I would like to move that we amend the first item to include both clauses, both thoughts.
Second.
Okay. And just want to make sure that everybody is clear on the revised language. And I hate to do this, but I want to make sure that our city clerk is keeping track of this as well. So Councilmember DeBala, I just want to make sure I'm clear that we're saying the council urges MML to initiate or support legislation that, one, allows municipalities to charge utilities for right-of-way use, and two, would establish a formalized statutory process for local and state highway administration and utilities in the state that would ensure the timely cooperation when highway authorities determine it is necessary to remove, relocate, or adjust a utility facility for a local or state highway project.
Almost, I
Okay.
believe it should, that this is probably what you meant to say, but authorizes charges to utilities for utilization of rights of way on local highways. I don't know that we want to say on local or state highways, but maybe you do. But are you talking about us seeking legislation allowing SHA to charge utilities for use of their right of way, or SHA, or us to be able to charge utilities for use of SHA rights of way? I mean, if the phone pole is in an SHA right of way.
Right, and I think that's why I limited to municipalities to charge utilities for its right-of-way use.
It's right of way
Right.
use, okay.
So
For municipal rights of way.
Right.
So I think the word municipal should go in there if you didn't already have it, because that would clarify.
Authorizes municipalities to
Yeah.
charge.
On municipal rights of way, because we want to make clear we're not.
We're not charging.
How much, although
I
we'd
would love to be able to
yeah.
charge
If we
for
thought we had
use
a
of the state
prayer,
right
yeah.
of way, but I don't think we can do that.
Yeah, although who knows, maybe they would take down some of those wires they don't really use anymore if they knew they had to pay for the usage of the right of way.
Right.
But then, so the language would still say local and state highways in both locations. You only read it in the one location where Councilmember DeBala had added a second reference to local and state highways in the second clause.
Okay, got it. And I missed that part. So
Authorizes charges to utilities for utilization of municipal rights of way and would
what's already
establish a
here.
formalized statutory process would be the second clause.
right. Okay. So I just want to make sure again. I'm gonna read it again because there's a lot going on. The council urges MML to initiate or support legislation that, one, allows municipalities to charge utilities for use of its right of way along local and state highways.
Along municipal.
Of utilization of municipal rights of way.
Yep.
Okay.
Use of municipal, just to make it clear. Rights of way along state.
I mean,
local
I
and state.
said that language myself, but I am rethinking that the utilization of this language in the other legislation refers to state highways and local highways. So municipal is a different word from local highway, and I'm not sure if it introduces confusion into the
This is what
language.
I wanted to raise is
Yeah.
when it says local and state highway administration, there is no local highway administration. So I wanted to be clear, does highway refer just to a certain type of road? Does it I would love it to be more broad, just to say municipal right of way, so that it would include sidewalks, under the street, etc. And not that it gets interpreted as just highway. I mean, I know MML is going to say, what do you mean by this? But still, it'd be good to.
But I think it's important too, first, to keep in mind that you have state roads, you also have county. And so whereas the city may not have a highway, their county highways are considered local.
They might want to.
And they may want to do this. So again, but I hear what you're saying. I think we may be getting a little tripped up.
It is possible to do it by next week.
Well, we have to do it by the 31st.
Can we,
have to
could we
send
use
a-
the word
We have
local
to
rather
do
than municipal?
the forms
in the first
and
clause,
the
But we
the
don't
form.
have to do
Right.
this.
I'm sorry,
Oh, I'm
Councilmember
sorry.
Honda.
Could we use the word local instead of municipal?
Yeah.
Authorizes.
Good idea.
Yeah.
We could say local
Just
highway
local
rights
right of way.
Local highway right of way. We could say local highway is the terminology they use for a road that we control. That is, like our state roads that are not run by SHA, even though we don't think of them as highways.
For a fee to utility companies for for the use of local states right of way. We can cut highway out altogether, and just say allows for the city urges MML to initiate or support legislation, that one allows for a fee to utility companies for use of right of way. And then that way, it's not about state or local highways at all. It could just be about the use of our any road, any street in our city where there is a utility pole. We're asking for there to be the ability to charge, because the cable user fees is not necessarily about, it's basically based on how many people are using or subscribing to cable. And so it's not necessarily limited to a major highway. It simply is, if you have cable, you get charged a fee, that fee then funnels back to us. So if the idea is that we simply want, wherever there is some sort of utility pole, that we could charge the use of our right of way, regardless of where it is. It could be on a paper street. I don't care. There's light there and they're using our pole, we should be able to charge them. They're using our right of way, we should be able to charge them for it. And so then it basically would be that allows for a fee to utility companies for use of, and it could even be public right of way. And then the second would be to,
So could this for a couple of friendly amendments.
mhm,
You want me to read them?
yep,
So a formalized statutory process for local authorities and state highway administration. And then when local or state highway, I can send these to the clerk. They're just clarifications. There's a word missing.
Okay.
Can we? Yeah.
yep. So I think we got what we need. So for item number 1, the friendly amendments are that the council urges MML to initiate or support legislation that 1, allows for a fee to utility companies for use of public right of way, and 2, would establish a formalized statutory process for, and Councilmember Bala.
For local authorities and state highway administration and utilities in the state. Formalized process for 3 groups that would ensure timely cooperation when local or state highway authorities determine, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
So that's, I think that's a friendly amendment. Do we need to vote on the more substantive amendment?
Yes, I would say let's just vote on it all, because there's a lot of re-editing to that whole thing. So,
Okay.
So would someone like to, did we already move?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, so we already moved the
And I seconded.
amendment, correct?
And I seconded.
Councilmember Hanzak seconded. Um, all those, I know that we just went through a lot of amendments, and don't force me to read it again, I'm happy to. All those in favor of the amended first LAR item, please say aye.
Aye.
Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, so city clerk will make sure that you get that wording. We'll move on to the second, to see whether or not there are any other amendments. Are there any amendments to the second LAR item?
I have one suggestion, friendly amendment, just to also say initiate or support.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of just support.
Okay. You consider that a friendly amendment? Yeah. Yep. Okay, so no need to vote on that. I want to, for the third item, I would like to offer the following amendments, and I can send this in writing, I can read it. Considering the uncertainty of federal funding for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, the council urges MML to support or initiate legislation that could address food insecurity. This may include expanding programs like the Maryland Market Money Program, which provides extra funds for SNAP recipients to purchase fresh produce at farmers markets, to include grocery stores.
So
Count-
may include replaces includes.
Yeah,
That's-
yeah, we're adding may include, yeah,
Mhm.
to make it a little broader as an option, but not necessarily the only option. Councilmember DeBala.
Have you just, are you proposing to eliminate the suggestion of expanding SNAP benefits or doubling them?
Yep, I cut
heard
all
you
of that
skip
out to just make it a little bit more around addressing food insecurity.
Which is
And
what-
then
yeah.
stating that this may include expanding programs like the Maryland Market Money
Right.
Program, which provides extra funds for SNAP recipients to purchase fresh fruit, fresh produce, and farmers markets, to include grocery stores.
Okay.
Okay. Would, okay, so I think that's would folks consider that to be a friendly amendment, or is that something we need to vote to amend?
Pretty friendly, if you ask me.
All right, awesome. Okay, are there any other edits in terms of the further resolve clause that relates to EV, the strategic initiative on state climate legislation? Okay. All right, seeing none. All right, so I just want to make sure these new mics is just a lot going on, and I'm losing sight of what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, so now we've moved this thing, we've amended this thing. So now we are going to vote on the amended resolution. All those in favor of the amended resolution authorizing transmittal of legislative action requests to the Maryland Municipal League for consideration, please say aye.
Aye.
Do you have any oppose, any abstain? Okay, perfect.
Apologies to all the people waiting for the next
Do
agenda.
we
item.
need in the therefore be it resolved clause, it says the following 3 legislative action requests, but it does not mention the strategic initiative. Should it say legislative action requests and strategic initiative?
I don't think we need. that.
Okay. We can
There's a
still
special-
transmit it.
We can still transmit it. Okay, all right. So with that, we are going to move to our next item, which is the Public Safety Task Force recommendations. With that, I'll turn things over to our city manager. Oh, sorry, I gotta actually, there you go.
Yeah, we need to take a few minutes. We have to get a charger, or the PowerPoint is
It's not going to show up.
Is it gonna die?
All right, so let's give everybody about, let's do 8 minutes. We'll be back at 9:40. much. We are reconvening tonight's meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council, and we are discussing an update on the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force recommendations. And with that, I will turn things over to our city manager, Mr. Spirito, who will be walking us through this update.
I'll try that again. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Um, yes, we're pleased to bring an update of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, their recommendations. As you indicated earlier, this report, the task force did their work, and the report was initially issued about 4 years ago. About a year later, so in 2021, 2022, there was an update. And we are pleased to further update the Mayor and Council and the community on this. So the goals this evening, updating you all on the status of the task force recommendations, propose a thematic approach to identifying priority actions needed to address these recommendations, discuss actions taken to date and whether additional actions are needed, and to discuss next steps and receive feedback from the council. In the quick history, Reimagining Public Safety Task Force was established by the City Council to provide recommendations to foster a safer, more livable Tacoma Park community for all residents, with an emphasis on addressing racial inequities and that exist in government and services evolving around public safety primarily. The final report consisted of approximately 50 recommendations. Council received that report on July 13th of 2021. City staff made a presentation on November 3rd of that year. Council held a work session with staff to discuss implementation of the recommendations in February of the following year, 2022. The Police Chiefs Advisory Board provided a presentation to the City Council regarding the board's overview of the task force recommendations on March 9th, 2022. Various other City Council work sessions have been held to address items directly related to these task force recommendations. This report, this presentation is available online. It's available with the agenda material. Council received this last week, and we intend to walk through it, and we'll be very happy to take questions and answers and provide answers at the end. There's also an Appendix A that's referred to that I will describe. This is a matrix of all of the task force items. So we wanted to put together sort of an at a glance, just several pages that sort of consolidate what were all of the recommendations regardless of their status. It identifies them by theme, and it provides some notes, some description basically on the status. That is a separate document, also publicly available. There were a number of departments that were involved in providing this update, as they were involved initially in the study, in the task force, initial task force recommendation review. And that's the police department, the recreation department, the housing and community development department, and the communications department. The proposed themes around which these recommendations are centered are the following. There's 5 of them. One is community engagement and education. Another is new and expanded programs. A third is the council external advocacy. A fourth is policing policy. And a fifth is city organizational structure and training. So by definition, when we go back to community engagement and education, this would involve recommendations which, in essence, do the following. Discuss new ways of engaging, the community, including data transparency and/or educating the community about public safety issues. The definition around new and expanded programs was to create and/or expand new community programs. With respect to council external advocacy, the definition was to require the council to advocate at state, county, and local levels. With respect to policing policy, this would involve modifying or creating new policing policies. Sub-themes would include mental health, interjurisdictional cooperation, technology, traffic stops, searches and fines, and other policies. That could include whether it's canines, asset forfeiture, or could be a good number of other things. And finally, city organizational structure and training, defined as a request additional staffing, staff training, budget modifications, or other organizational structure changes. The sub-themes include, elements of that would include the budget, organizational structure itself, and staffing, whether it's positions, training, or other staff resources. Under the heading of community engagement and education, the first theme, what you see before you is a list of the initial recommendations, all of them. What I want to do is go to the next slide, which will indicate those that are, what we've done is we've pulled out those items that are completed so that there could be, in the interest of time, focus more on items that are in progress or under review or need direction and just otherwise are incomplete. All of the completed items, including some that are on this list here, are all included in that matrix. All items are included there, so nothing has been left out. So moving to the next slide, this will focus in on, under that same theme of community engagement and education, those items, you'll see that now that list, what previously was about 9 or so, is 4. And that means that the difference are items that were completed, and they're so noted in the matrix with an explanation. Here, the focus is on in progress. There was a category. We tried to use the same format that was used previously. So we didn't change the language from the standpoint of the header here, like in progress or not recommended by staff. That should look familiar to folks that had that reviewed or were there to experience the last update. I want to explain a little bit about what staff believes in progress means. In progress can mean a number of different things, frankly. It can mean an item still requires discussion or research or coordination. Coordination such as interdepartmental, interjurisdictional, working with other external entities. It can also mean that some are progressing towards implementation and completion. So we hope to clarify that a little bit with the notes that are provided as status updates. So these are 4 items right here. I'll just start with the first one. Establish a permanent civilian staff volunteer Tacoma Park Public Safety Task Force. That was literally a recommendation in the report, the original report from 2021. At this point, it's listed as in progress because further discussion is required to evaluate if a separate board reporting to the council is needed. So that's a further discussion item. Next is ensure that the city publishes on its website all code violations in apartments in Tacoma Park over the last calendar year. This is one that had previously been flagged as not recommended by staff. The information is already available on the county website. Staff did not recommend modifying the city website, but the city can provide a link to the county's website where that information can be found. So in that sense, the recommendation is satisfied, only in a different way. The city should promote community engagement and outreach to increase awareness and the use of the new number, non-911, or process. The status update is that 988 has been implemented for mental health crisis calls. The ability to receive mental health calls through our dispatch center and 911 is being evaluated, which is connected to the mental health pilot program that the city launched in collaboration with Montgomery County. And provide clear communication of policing priorities. In progress, the City Council will be reviewing and updating the 2017 Council Resolution. Matter of fact, you'll be getting to that relatively soon here. Next theme was new and expanded programs. Again, here is listed 6 from the original report. Flipping to the next slide shows that there are 4, so several have been, well, I guess in this case, the status we're just illustrating here. In the interest of time, I'm not going to read all of it, but I think, certainly we'll respond to any questions that council may have at the end with respect to any of these. And we do, by the way, have we do have the department heads for recreation, communications, and housing and community development. They are participating with us online tonight, so they're available for any questions or comments that need to be made. This also was new and expanded programs. I'll pause on this one because we have them listed as a need to do, which was the heading from the last report. Establish funding for Know Your Rights / street law training for all students enrolled in any school in Tacoma Park. The proposal is to work with youth outreach staff to assess programs currently in local schools and to investigate working with nonprofits who offer this training. With respect to creating grants for Tacoma Park teachers to encourage attendance of teacher-specific training, the proposal is to meet with local school leaders to assess the need for this effort and whether the county has similar programs in place. Council external advocacy. 3 items here. Why don't we go straight to the status, please. Tacoma Park City Council, the recommendation, one was the council should pass a resolution reinforcing that Tacoma Park continues to support not having Montgomery County School Police resource officers in public schools located in Tacoma Park. The proposal is to create a subgroup of the council to research current status of the program in MCPS and discussions and report back to council on recommendations for action. MCPS currently does not have an SRO program, a school resource officer program. Another recommendation was advocate to Montgomery County that school administrators and teachers receive training and increased training regarding the unequal distribution of discipline and the lack of praise regarding students of color. The proposal is to create a subgroup of the council to research current status of programs at MCPS, particularly the restorative justice work, and have discussions and report back to council on recommendations for action. And next is Tacoma Park shall request disaggregated data on public schools from MCPS, such as discipline, tardies given, suspensions, and use that information to determine if community engagement suggestions are working or need to be adjusted. And the update is, while we can request MCPS data, this recommendation is based on whether and how recommendations related to MCPS are implemented. So these are all primed for additional discussion. Policing policies, grouped under a few different headings: mental health, interjurisdictional, and technology. Those that have not been completed are listed here. One was under mental health, establish a 24-hour line and an online system where residents can request a non-armed police response. We want to report that 988 has been implemented. That's a call number, and will be evaluated. This would be evaluated in the mental health pilot program. Train 911 dispatchers and establish protocols to refer mental health emergencies and other non-police calls to non-police resources. In progress, the city's mental health pilot is in place. The goal of the pilot is to establish response protocols that will route mental health related service calls to clinicians rather than police officers. Also, the city signed an MOU with the county in 2023, that's the Department of Health and Human Services, for a pilot program whereby mental health related service calls would be handled by trained mental health therapists. Yes.
A point of clarification.
Sure.
Is it accurate to say the mental health pilot is in place if the pilot involves having 2 clinicians on staff?
Well, I'm going to defer to the chief to answer that. I think that certainly we've begun to achieve some of the original goals with one, as hard as we've been trying to get the second on board.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know either. How do I? Okay, there you go.
Does
Thank
that
you.
work?
Okay, I
Yes.
see it now. Thank
Yep,
you.
yep,
I
you
got
got
it.
Okay. Did you get it or did I get it? Because I hit a button.
Well, they did it, but
Oh,
now
okay.
I see how I can do. I can
Okay.
hit the button myself. So.
To answer your question, yeah, the main component of the pilot program involves a co-responder response for 2 clinicians. We only have 1 clinician, but there are also other components of the pilot program that involve education outreach for training for our officers, education outreach on calls for service. So those components of the pilot are in place. So that's why it's in progress, but the actual deferring of a number of calls to a non-police response, that portion of it is not in place, but the pilot involves more than just that, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So is the clock ticking on it? Is the clock ticking on the pilot program at this point?
So we are in the process of renewing the MOU. It does expire. It expires in July. We just received a renewal and extension of time for 12 months a few weeks ago, and we just sent it back to them today, actually, with our comments to the extension. And to answer your question about the 2, the therapists, yes, the agreement, the pilot is to have 2 therapists. However, it's been really difficult to find therapists to take the position. But we did interview someone with the county back in April. The person has been selected. They're undergoing the county's HR process because the therapists are hired. They're essentially county employees. And we hope to have them on board over the next month or so.
Thank you. And with that extension, thanks for the information. Are there any changes to the agreement? And if so, could those changes be forwarded to council just so we know?
So with the county,
right.
the extension is somebody the audience said earlier. The extension is only a time extension, nothing substantive. What they advised us, county advised us, is let's renew it for this year for the next 12 months, and then we will discuss funding, future funding, and other substantive changes in the next year. We needed to, this was a strategic decision to get this next therapist on board.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Thank you for requesting clarification. Okay. Interjurisdictional. Continue efforts to create and/or strengthen mutual agreement MOU. The city has MOUs with various jurisdictions, and the city has reengaged the District of Columbia Police in an attempt to develop an MOU with not only our city department, but also Montgomery County and Prince George's County. Traffic stops, searches, and fines. And essentially, just those were all completed. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief. That's items 18, 20, 21, and 22. It's on page 14. I believe all of those were completed. That's why there's not a follow-up page with status. You'll find them listed as completed in the matrix. Under other policies, which is another heading within policing policies, you'll see that there was a good number of those. There is one that has not been addressed, and that is quantify instances where officers attempted to use and successfully used de-escalation techniques and created an award/bonus to incentivize de-escalation and crisis avoidance. The update is that the police department revised its annual evaluations and implemented ratings for de-escalation and crisis avoidance. Officers are evaluated on their ability to de-escalate and practice crisis avoidance. The police department will use these ratings in its evaluations of officers upon the relaunch of the city's evaluation system.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, just a point of order for the city clerk, the printed copy. Okay, so if we could get another version, get the updated version tomorrow, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Honzak.
Yeah, I think the online version that residents are looking at is a little bit different than the presentation that we're seeing.
Yes, it's been
Okay.
updated.
Okay. You're saying it's been updated online?
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at the one that's online right now, and I don't think it's not the same as the one that we're
Right.
getting.
What
Okay.
we're presenting
I
tonight is
got
the
you.
correct one.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Folks should just, if they can, see what's on the screen. Because we had some ongoing updates as information was coming in. Especially since we got it out a little bit early, we were still working on a little bit of it. Okay. Next, city organizational structure and training. Some subheadings of that is budget and organizational structure. With respect to the budget, majority of the task force members recommended the funding of rec scholarships, that they should be accomplished through reallocation of, I think it was worded, of any Tacoma Park Police Department funding. A minority of the task force members believe that determining the specific source of the funding is not of primary importance to these recommendations, and that they should be invested in from any available resources. So the update is that for several years, the city utilized ARPA funds for recreation scholarships. Recreation scholarships were funded at 100% during those years with COVID and just beyond, utilizing ARPA funds that the city had received. Rec scholarships are now still funded at 100%. However, as ARPA funds have diminished, we have just frankly budgeted for those with the general fund. But the emphasis is to make sure, in any event, that we are funding scholarships for at-need youth at 100%. organizational structure, create a community assistance office and community safety team, city resource coordinator, and create a public safety auditor. The update on that is that further council city management discussion might be required on the desired positions. City will undergo an organizational assessment this year. Any proposed positions would be reviewed in this assessment. City does not recommend hiring a public safety auditor. Auditors are normally brought in to oversee police departments with major problems, and so that's, we have, of course, a specific audit that's being conducted, but from an organizational standpoint, that was the update.
Councilmember DeBala.
Thank you. Point of clarification. It says organizational assessment for this year. Could you expand on that? Because there was an organizational assessment a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I believe that should have read,
We'll be
reviewing.
the one that we did. We're not doing another one.
Yeah,
Because that was pretty thorough.
yeah.
Okay,
There
thank
is,
you.
there is, you know, what touches on it a little bit is there's a reclassification study that is ongoing this year. And to some extent, that also looks at some of the structure.
Councilmember Landman.
Just looking at the language in the version that we have in hand, which I think is the update, not the updated version, I'm not sure, but I'm getting confused about which one that is. But given that we have an audit planned that addresses to a certain extent the types of issues associated with the concerns that led to this reimagining policing, I would rather that this actually reflect the plan that we have, which may, which is intended to touch upon related issues so that we build in some kind of a feedback loop and acknowledge that we have the organizational assessment that we're looking at, but that we will also have additional data that could potentially be relevant. I don't know how other colleagues feel about that, but that is certainly late breaking news since the reimagining policing came along. We didn't have any internal audit planned at that time.
I think at the time of the public safety task force recommendations, it was geared more towards having a permanent FTE that would be available to do regular assessments of our police department, which is different from having contracted support to investigate a specific incident. So I think what we are talking about is an audit of a specific incident. What they were referring to is having basically a full-time FTE that would be doing regular monitoring of our police department. So while I think that the what may come out of this process with the audit, and it quite frankly has already kind of shown itself in terms of staff recommendations around having external auditors kind of review these types of cases in the future, I still see that functionally as different than having a full-time FTE versus, outsourcing for specific cases. But
correct, but this does refer to another organizational assessment outside of the realm of having a person on staff as a source of information for making decisions. And I'm saying that the upcoming audit will also be like that organizational assessment from a couple of years ago, will be a source of important information for this issue of not of organizational structure, but some of the other ones on here, the other categories which have now fled my mind. But it could involve, training. It could involve other aspects of what they're referring to.
yeah, and I do, just because I think that this was a typo in the slide in explaining what the purpose of the organizational assessment was. So The organizational assessment was designed to kind of look at the core functions that our city performs and do a bit of a review in terms of how we're structured, what are the functions that are performed, what are some places where there are additional FTE needs in terms of covering certain core functions, and then what are some places that may be a little bit of an anomaly in terms of functions that we have within the city and recommendations that we may want to consider in terms of adjustments. So it wasn't as much of a in-depth review, of things that are completely outside or brand spanking new desires or functions that the city may want to take on. That wouldn't have been something that would have been considered. And I don't necessarily think you need a full organizational assessment to determine whether or not that's, do we need or want a city resource coordinator? Do we need or want a public safety auditor? I don't think the full organizational assessment is something that is needed to make that determination. I think that it is something that we as a city, if it is a core function, we see that there's a gap and we see that we need a full-time FTE, then it would be the council would be directing city staff through allocation and a budget for the FTE, but also requiring city staff to identify what the roles and responsibilities would be for those individuals that would take over those functions. That would be the step to address that. So when the Public Safety Task Force was making these recommendations, it was more, hey, we're looking at public safety more broadly. We're recognizing, and again, at that time of this report, our HCD office was pretty small. So things like that, housing and community development, there were not as many FTEs as we have now. And I think that might have been the root of the recommendation for things like a city resource coordinator. So again, I just want to make sure that folks are clear that we don't necessarily need an organizational assessment in order to make a determination about whether or not these specific FTE related recommendations are things that the council want to move forward with. If it's something that we want to do, then we would need to make sure that we're sending that direction to staff to look into what the roles and responsibilities would be, what the costs would be, and then it would be a budget discussion in terms of increasing the FTE. Because it was really clear to me, at least at that time, that these roles were designed to fill a gap, not necessarily something that could be reallocated amongst unlimited staff that we already have. But again, that could have changed in the years that this report has gone forward and where we are now. Councilmember Schlegel?
That was my question, is going back to the spirit of the task force's recommendations. My sense was that that they were open to reallocation of staff, and that these changes to organizational structure did not imply new FTEs automatically. I also wanted to, so I guess to put the predicate on that subject, I guess the question I have here is this a decision that's being put back upon the council? Because it seems like a management decision is being requested by these recommendations about, can you reallocate potentially? And if you can't, then you would be asking the council to do more with more money. Regarding the public safety auditor, I know that the chief has and the city manager have committed to using external investigations in cases that warrant them in the future. And I wonder if the spirit of the public safety auditor could be honored more fully by saying we are going to designate what that system is for a public safety auditor. Like, is it another agency in the county or a different level of county government that we routinely turn to for that service, or maybe it's scheduled once a year as opposed to it having to be a council process each, like on a case-by-case basis?
If I can touch on this, I think we're talking about an apples to oranges comparison. You're talking about internal investigations that are not conducted by a public safety auditor. What a public safety auditor would do is oversee not just the police department, but also other public safety recommendations. If we're talking about assigning internal investigations outside to other agencies, that has nothing to do with an auditor. When we've developed a system now where if a complaint comes in with a prescribed complaint, we will send it outside for investigation. Now, we can't say we're going to assign it to Montgomery County. We have to find another law enforcement agency or another entity to conduct that investigation. And a lot of times there may be conflict of interest with another agency. So we need that we have at our resource other law enforcement agencies across the state, as well as subject matter experts that can do these investigations. But the public safety auditor really has nothing to do with internal investigations, if that makes any sense.
Councilmember Schlegel. No, sorry. If you just for everyone, if you hit your button, then that means you're done talking.
Oh, okay. I'll try to hit my button as quick as I can. So thank you for that. That's, public safety is much broader than police department. So I wonder if the vision here that the task force had was something like someone who would visit the city every year and say, well, can I examine your metrics around public safety that I presume we developed, and ask some follow-up questions if I need to, and just give a report, kind of like clean bill of health on your progress with public safety across all departments and programs.
Having sat through every one of those meetings, that's not my understanding of what their desire was. That it was my understanding, and I literally sat through participated in every one of those meetings. It was to have a specific FTE assigned to the city, not someone to come in. We're going to have the discussion about CALIA, not someone to come in on a 3-year basis to see if the police department's policies and procedures were up to par. What they were talking about, from my recollection and what is written in the report, is a specific FTE that would be assigned to the city to provide that auditing responsibility, not to have somebody on contract to come in annually. That's my recollection. And we can go back and look into the weeds of that recommendation. But if I recall the last time we discussed this, that as well was the discussion point. I think a couple people were still on council. Maybe they have recollection as well.
Right. That was my recollection as well. And one thing that I would encourage us to do in terms of updating the progress on this one is making it for the city resource coordinator. We're not mentioning at all the coordinator. No, the navigator, thank you. And whether or not there are what are some of the new roles that we currently have within HCD, and how does that also relate to, and I see Devin's hand, aspects of navigator, and I see Devin McNally just raised his hand.
Yeah, so what I'll speak to is I think the change in HCD's FTEs.
Can we get Devin to speak?
Oh, can you hear me? Am I able to be heard right now?
I don't know. Let's see. Okay, see David Eubanks. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, gosh. Someone's trying to speak. Okay, we will figure out how to. I could see hands on this screen where I couldn't see hands on the last. Okay, Devin, you could speak.
Okay.
Okay,
Can
gotcha.
everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So the change in HCD's FTEs, at least the increase, was from another part of the report where we had the code enforcement team move up from neighborhood services. So they were joining HCD from the police department, And so that was the increase in FTEs. We've largely since then remained consistent or had a slight decrease as certain roles, such as our kind of special projects coordinator or our planner positions, were kind of reallocated into other pieces. The community assistance office was in the report lays out a completely different function, much more focused on mental health, substance abuse, and those specific pieces. And when they're talking about resources, they're talking about almost services that would largely be more aligned with, for example, Montgomery County's Health and Human Services Department. And so those are not services that the HCD department provides. We are currently not we do limited programming to assist with housing issues, but we don't do the sort of wraparound services or kind of casework that is done by what seems to be in this report.
Thank you for that, Director McNally, and that's what I recall as well. And it was my understanding, and and I recognize we have a majority new council, so and the many years have transpired since this report. So one of the things that the council strived to do during COVID, when we had a direct cash assistance program, one of the aspects of that program also included trying to connect people with, meaning just a printout to let them know what other types of social service programs they would be eligible for. And then that was another reason why we were trying to come up with the Community Navigators program as a way to at least make sure we're able to better share information about different services within our communities, to be able to basically help to coordinate and get people to know where to go for certain types of access to resources. So but this was really geared towards having a full-time FTE whose role was likely to sit in HCD for the purpose of serving as a social service coordinator for residents in the community that would need someone to help them with accessing resources in the county or other types of resources that fall not only within the city, but things that may be outside of the city. So I do just want to make sure that folks are clear that since this report was issued, there were, and I would encourage staff to make sure that some of these pieces are clear in the presentation or in the materials, because I don't want there to be this assumption that there was nothing really done when there, over the years that have transpired, there were incremental steps that we were taking as a council and as a city very purposefully to try to meet the spirit of the recommendation, even though we may not have had the resources to do what was really felt was being requested, which was increasing FTE. Councilmember Hanzak.
Oh, this is a little bit unrelated, but on this slide, the earlier slide that we had been given included the reference that Director McNally made to the Neighborhood Services Coordinator. And to my knowledge, that step was actually completed. Is there any reason why that wasn't included on the slide?
Yeah, all of the completed items are not here. They're in the
Okay.
matrix.
Okay.
Councilmember DeBala. Oh, sorry. You can't hit the button. Once you hit the button, you can't talk.
I think we should get to the end of the presentation and then start discussing it, but because we're getting sidetracked.
I think
But-
we're at the end of, I think the presentation.
The one that we have goes on a little bit more. But the point I was going to make is this is a review of what was in the report. The report's a couple years old. Things have changed. We may have things that we want to do that aren't in here because at the time they weren't an issue, and they are now, or we have a different set of resources or whatever. That's part two in my mind. I want to get through this first.
I just want to make sure with the city manager, how many additional slides do you have? It seemed previously that the presentation was complete. So can we go back to the policing? And I wasn't following along with the handouts.
The handout's got 2 or 3 more.
Well, and we weren't going to go through the matrix. I mean, that's just information. So,
Okay. So can we go ahead and
yeah.
get finished with the presentation and then
Yeah. Yes. So this specifically speaks to staff, and we very close to what we were just talking about, adding staff to the Housing and Community Development Department. I think any of this reference to organizational assessment really is, a look within the department, taking a fresh look at how it's organized, and particularly now that we have Devin is newly appointed as permanent director. I've certainly given him that ability to take a fresh look at the department and how can we make the maximum use of resources that we have, primarily the people. Victim witness coordinator position I'm sorry.
Statement about the organizational assessment. Is this the same issue as with the earlier reference to the organizational assessment that's several years old? Because once again, the slide I'm looking at says that we're undergoing an organizational assessment in 2025, and I thought we had just determined that that was actually not what we were doing.
I'm actually thinking now, and Devin can clarify it, but I think that ties to that's the second bullet, I think ties to the second thing here, which was an HCD item, City Resource Coordinator, where, and Madam Mayor had indicated that there had been some suggestion in the original report that that be a full-time FTE in HCD. And I'm going to guess this was an update from Devin about, HCD will be reviewing organizational assessment this year, which they will be.
Okay, so I want to make sure, and if we need to go back and just confirm before solidifying, because organizational assessment carries a greater meaning than you're doing an internal assessment of roles and responsibilities. So it is my understanding that we are not conducting an organizational, meaning citywide assessment in terms of FTE appropriation. So are we referring to just the HCD internal review?
I'm going to have to defer to Devin because he had some of the update on this, but I think it's appearing to me like that may have been a reference to that department because we aren't doing a true organization-wide assessment. That had not been planned.
Okay, we see Devin's hand. Devin, do you want to speak? I'm sorry, Director McNally.
No worries. Yeah. So we've already started. I mean, in terms of this report, we've looked
I'm
at.
sorry. Can we turn up?
Where?
Hold on one second. Can we turn up Devin at all? Devin, can you increase your volume?
Yeah. Let me see.
Okay, that may be better. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So we've already kind of started looking at just the positions at HCD and kind of the roles. So we, as you know, we've made some changes to kind of have a deputy director who can help with kind of, especially like kind of organizing and working with individuals outside of the city. We have a full-time grants manager who not only does external grants for the city from state, federal, and nonprofits, but then we also they also coordinate with our kind of local community partners as well with our grants to them. So those are groups like Meals on Wheels, and So What Else, and others in the community. I think in terms of some of these kind of requests in the recommendations report, We've addressed some of them. So, for example, staff for the HCD department, um, including like evictions, landlord tenant issues, our community engagement specialist addresses landlord tenant issues on a daily basis, is working with tenants and landlords who call in, and runs our emergency assistance program, which does assist residents who are facing a foreclosure, disconnection of utilities, or an eviction because of failure to pay rent. So those pieces, and then we've also expanded through our HCD coordinator, Ramon Sola, some of our resources. So these include trifolds that we're getting out. We've put out magnets on kind of tenants' rights issues. And then we also have our kind of annual kind of housing resource guide that we're updating. So we've tried to incorporate a lot of these. I think in terms of an organizational assessment, we're trying to not change too much because we do have a lot of staff who are already there who are doing these works. So it's been more piecemeal. So I wouldn't say that there are any major changes to HCD being kind of foreseen in this like assessment. A lot of it is just tweaking kind of roles and responsibilities to make sure that we're trying to do the best outreach that we can.
Okay, so I'm just gonna play devil's advocate real quick. If we're not doing an organizational assessment for the purpose of assessing these functions and whether or not an FTE or additional FTEs are needed to serve these functions, then we shouldn't say it.
Yeah, should have said departmental assessment.
Well, it's like I just want to be very candid. The question at hand is there were a bunch of recommendations that the Public Safety Task Force made regarding roles for specific functions. We as a city should be assessing those functions and staff making a recommendation in terms of whether or not those functions are already in existence, given time has passed and we're doing new things, or these are roles and responsibilities that, maybe staff don't recommend that we pick up, or it is, hey, council, this is a nice to have, but we don't have the staff capacity to do this. And we would need additional FTE included in the 27 budget. So I just, it needs to be a little clearer for us that not just you're doing the work that you're doing right now, but that the functions that were being recommended as part of these staffing recommendations are being considered as well. Councilmember Landman.
Thank you. That was very helpful. And I do think I just heard Devin to explain that he has more staff now, and he went through a bunch of these functions and indicated that he has been able to assign people to them. So it feels as though what we need to do is look at the list of functions that were in the original recommendations and see if we can match them with the people to whom they're now assigned. And it's not a question of whether we have more FTEs in HCD, but which we may, from what Devin, Director McNally was saying, that we may actually numerically be there. So maybe this is good news, but it's not presented in a way that informs how it relates back to the task force. That's my feeling.
And it could very well be the case, and I want to stress, it could very well be the case that the intent of the Public Safety Task Force in terms of the role is outside of the current scope and capacity of our staff. And I think that I want to empower management to make that point very clear. This is, we have been able to take on certain things, but what they really want is someone who basically serves as a point contact for residents, to serve as a liaison, to help them with coordinating or navigating county services. We do not have the capacity for that. we cannot absorb that. We would need an additional FTE. I would appreciate being very candid, but I do think that the way that it's structured now gives this impression that there's some massive assessment that's happening that's looking at whether or not these functions should exist or need to exist. It could be, and I'm not exactly sure that that's accurate. So I just want to make sure that we're reporting things in an accurate way. And then in terms of the victim witness coordinator, it seemed that right. I want to make sure because it seemed that the recommendation was it should be, 2 roles. But I want to make sure that what we're saying is it's a defined role and we can't add, or is it that to meet the spirit of what the task force was suggesting, we would need an additional position to be able to spread. I'm trying to make sure whether or not the additional functions are that were recommended were something we want to pick up, or whether or not we just don't have the capacity.
I can just speak to the response as far as trying to consolidate more responsibilities to the victim witness coordinator. That is a defined role. I don't remember the specific responsibilities that they were trying to add. I'd have to go back and look at those, but I don't even think we were recommending that those would be functions that we would want to take on as well. But I'd have to go back and look at this. I'd have to go back and look at the report and look at the specific functions. But I just want to be crystal clear that we do not and cannot, our victim witness coordinator does not have the capacity to take on anything else other than what she's currently doing. Right now, we are providing the services that we need to our victims and witnesses, and deviating and adding other responsibilities is just going to not be beneficial to that role. Now, as far as a review of what those additional resources were, I don't have that in front of me, but if I recall, we did not recommend adding on those additional tasks, at least related to the police department, but I have to go back and look at the specific recommendation.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes, it says in the report on page 23, the victim witness coordinator position should be 2 roles versus a combined role as it is currently. Whereas it can make sense for a witness coordinator to be housed within Tacoma Park Police Department, a victim's advocate should be housed outside the department, possibly in the proposed new community assistance office.
So there's our victim witness coordinator on a city level does both of those responsibilities, but also in the court system, there are also victim advocates. So I can get into the nuts and bolts of what the role is, but our role has been successful in the way that we have it structured.
So on what basis did you not recommend the establishment of a separate victims advocate role outside of the department?
That's what was not recommended is combining the two. That's what was not recommended. Not combining the, because it was my understanding.
Well, their understanding in the report was that they are currently combined. That if a victim comes to the police department, I presume it means that the same person who is doing one form of assistance to them is also supposed to be helping them with the trauma, and that maybe they wanted those things separate.
So I'd have to go back and look at the specific recommendation. I don't have that in front of me, but the role that our current victim witness coordinator has is the role that we think she should continue to have. I'm not sure if it's trying to parse out, there should be an additional position for the advocacy portion. I'd have to go back and look at the report to ascertain that.
I think it's very important. I think you're saying you've made the determination, but you're not sure on what basis. We need to know on what basis that determination has been made.
Okay, so what we're not recommending is that the current structure of our our victim witness coordinator, and maybe it was a misunderstanding by staff as far as what that was. I believe when this was evaluated, and granted, this is now 3 or 4 years ago, that the way it was evaluated by staff is the recommendation was to have this person take on additional roles. Because right now, they don't necessarily do the advocacy portion of that. So I'd have to get down into the weeds, and I'd be more than happy to
Sure.
answer in detail
Yeah.
about what she does, but that's not, it's a victim witness coordinator. She does coordination for court dates, she does coordination for helping people that may need assistance, but it's not necessarily an advocate, if that makes any sense.
Right.
Yeah,
And I
thank
think,
you. Thank you.
and I think this kind of goes back to the bigger piece of feedback in terms of the need for additional specificity and clarification regarding the status, right? So, in this case, making sure that folks go back, take a look at that recommendation and provide more clarity around the recommendation, and if there is a need for counsel to act, making that point clear, because it seemed to me from the title and language in the report that the proposal was that it should be split, like workload was too much and it needs to be split. But if that's, you know, if there's a reason why it's better to be with one person, or there would need to be, or there are concerns regarding having a second person take on this role, it would be really helpful for that to be clearly spelled out in terms of the status.
I think if we go back to our original presentation on this back in 2022, we did have that detailed explanation. So I will try to give what we presented in 2022, and it had detailed explanations as to these decisions. This is more of a Reader's Digest overview. So some of the detailed explanations, and I think I previously sent that to council, not just for the police department ones, but ones related to HCD, ones related to the rec department, had a lot more explanation behind why we either recommended, were open to discuss, or did not recommend. And I think there were only 5 that we didn't recommend as a city. But I think there's more explanation. I'll see if I can get that information and we can put that
And
into
I
this
think
document.
one thing that's important to keep in mind is, 2022, 3 years ago, right?
Mm.
So what I was hoping to see would be what we're like, that kind of progression in terms of what we're doing now and how that may or may not fit the bill or continue to fit the bill in terms of what was being recommended. Um, so I think, definitely having that information in terms of what occurred in what the original suggested approach from 2022 is really helpful, and the rationale as to why, but helping us to understand whether or not that perspective has changed, given that 3 years have moved, it's been 3 years and the world has changed, would be helpful to know as well.
I agree fully. And I think the one thing we asked for the last time we were here is for direction from council on some of these issues, because a lot of them have budget implications and direction. So I'm hoping that we can, part of the discussion tonight is some having some feedback on, well, we want you to pursue this idea, or, okay, we're good with that.
Yeah.
But no, I agree. I think we can definitely talk through some of that.
Right. But as I stated earlier, the easiest way for us to give you that feedback is for you to give us a complete understanding, a snapshot, to be able to say they recommended this be split between 2 roles. Our victim, based on our review of what our current victim witness coordinator does and what we need them to do, it's a very defined role. We can't add they suggested adding some functions in terms of advocacy. She doesn't have the capacity for that. In order for us to add an advocacy role that could potentially take some of the functions away from our current victim witness coordinator to give them a little bit of breathing room, we need an FTE. And so that would then be the question for council as we are preparing for not 26, we ain't got money for all that, but as we are preparing for the 27 budget, what of these recommendations that involve FTE increases we may want to consider. Okay, I see a lot. Okay, y'all bear with me. Okay, sorry. The Does someone have a question regarding this? Councilmember DeBala, you just asked to finish this slide. I want to make sure that if folks have questions on this matter, we can go ahead and knock them out. So do you have questions on this? Okay. Councilmember Hanzak?
Chief, I just wanted to share with you, as a council member, even that was on the previous council and then coming on to this one, I wasn't present, right, for those last few major conversations that took place. And I think for sure that's going to be true for most of the people therefore up here. So just to kind of give you a sense, I think, if you can bear in mind that we've just heard from, one of, I think she was maybe one of the members that spoke tonight, who was saying a number of things. But a point like this I would encourage your department to go back and look at the original report as though we haven't seen it before. I'm sorry to have you do that, but I think that will be really crucial. I mean, this one has clearly, pardon me for being so blunt, but this one has been misunderstood and misinterpreted based on, I'm reading the original report. It's quite clear that this is just, it's the opposite of the meaning. So I know you already did that hard work 2 years ago, but if you would kindly do that for us a little bit again, we would be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanzak. Councilmember Westlake?
I had very similar points to Councilmember Hanzak, that I think working from the original report would be a lot more helpful, because I agree some of it is much more clear in the original report. And I also, it seems to me that the members of the Public Safety Task Force have not, when was the last time they were engaged? And have they been a part of any of this? Because I would be curious for them to be a part of this, and I do not think that they have been engaged about this.
Hold on a second. Let me see if I can. I think I can do it. I can.
Okay, you're posing the question to me. A lot of this, yes, is public safety and police, but a lot of it is the city in general. We have given comprehensive updates. The timeline was already prescribed. I believe, and the mayor can confirm this, that the members of the task force have been invited back. It's my understanding that there was an original report that was submitted by the task force. There was the city's original response that was much more comprehensive when we got into the nuts and bolts. And I think I do agree that there's an assumption that certain people on the council have the background. And absent that, it makes it difficult. So it may have been better to start at stage one with what we presented in 2022, which was much, much more comprehensive, and it had the actual report, and it didn't just have it broken down in this way. To be candid, when we prepared this report, what we did is we took the last report that was submitted by the council and then responded to that, as opposed to developing what we originally developed a couple years ago. So it's my understanding that if you're asking, have they been engaged, have they come back? I don't know. I know that they've been invited to every process. A lot of times when these type of task forces are initiated, a lot of times the report is the report and we work off of that. We don't necessarily go back to the members. And I've been on several of these task forces. We don't go back and ask the members every time we have, a question. A lot of these members don't even live in the city anymore. And to the mayor's point, a lot of these items are stale. We're talking about a report from 4 years ago. So I think this is a base point, and I do agree that going from the original report, looking specifically at the recommendations, because honestly, there were 51 recommendations. I don't have direct recall on every recommendation that was made. But if I went back to what we presented in 2022, this is the only one with the police department, other than the moving code enforcement, that involves staff and a staffing assessment. The rest of them are policy, which I can assure you have been implemented. So I agree. I don't know what would be beneficial for the conversation tonight.
Well, I think one of the things, and I don't know if my colleagues received or what was provided to my colleagues in terms of background for this conversation, in terms of the report itself prior presentations and all of that. So there was a lot of information that was provided, and I recognize that for those that weren't around back then, this could seem pretty overwhelming. And I know many of our staff are not at the table then either. And so trying to at least weed out some of the things that we know prior councils had already decided on and acted upon, at least in my opinion, was an easier path forward than to have this council try to re re think through actions that were already taken. So, for example, aspects of K9 were basically eliminated the next budget after this report was released. So it didn't really make sense to have folks spend a lot of time to learn about and talk about things that prior councils had already addressed. But I do think, though, that for the items that are still outstanding and not complete, it is important for there to be a clear understanding in terms of what the recommendations that were made and the current status from the city's perspective, and recommendations from staff about decisions that are needed from council. I think that is something that is really important for us to have. Because if I see do not recommend in terms of the victim witness coordinator, then I would think that staff is recommending that we don't add an FTE or consider any next steps on this, which is actually not exactly what you all are proposing.
Well, it is, speaking of the victim witness coordinator, I think if I recall correctly, what they were talking about is adding something that's already provided at the county level. We have a victim witness coordinator. They have victim witness assistants at the court level or at that level. So if I recall, and I have to go back and look at what we submitted, we did not feel like it was needed. Similar to posting of violations on the website, a little bit different, not apples to apples comparison, but something that was already provided by a different entity. That's why I think we recommended that it not be that way. And on the flip side, we did not want that to be recommended to be consolidated into one position. So because there, if I recall now I'm having recall, there was discussion, well, can you just combine it into one FTE? And that's why the language is here, and the updated thing about combining, we don't think we should combine it, because there was one council member, if I recall, that asked, well, can you just combine it into one FTE? I think on this particular one, if I go back and I look at what we presented in 2022 and so on and so forth, it will provide some clarity. Some of the other ones with the organizational assessment, I think that may have just been some wording that came back because of the 2022. Normally, reports don't sit for this long. I want the community to understand, and I think it's important, and I don't know if we can display it, but the number of these recommendations that were implemented, and it was a significant amount. And I don't know if that's available. I think that was put out, but I think that to review that, because we took this very seriously, and a number of them were implemented.
And I want to clarify that point, because this report did not sit. There were lots of steps that were taken by prior councils, and there was, I know, lots of efforts that I was making to make sure that we were able to push forward with the implementation of these recommendations.
I misuse the term. When I say sit, I mean, it doesn't, we've taken several action items. We don't normally revisit a report from 4 years previously. So let me clarify that. Thank you for that clarification. I didn't mean that no action had been taken by the city nor the council. Tremendous action has been taken. We've had multiple different specific council sessions to address the public safety recommendations, but also to address some of the underlying recommendations. We had a specific session on K9. We had a specific session on LPRs. We had a specific session on the atrium. So there are multiple subcomponents of this report that we've had. So I'm glad you clarified that. I did not want to say that it did. When I say sit, what I meant is we don't normally come back and look at a report. Normally, it kind of is, okay, let's go back and look at a real-time what does this, and I think someone said that, let's look at these recommendations, see what affects us in real time, see what we've done. And there's some mention of HCD, what some of the responsibilities they've taken over that are recommendations in the report, and then come back and say, okay, well, we feel like in 2025, this report was done in 2021. These are some of the things that we are doing and some of the things that based on 2025, we don't recommend. So I agree. I think it's hard when we've had these many meetings, and I think only 3 people here have been involved in all of them. And it's, well, maybe Jesse as well. Sorry. So.
Arthur David Olson raised his hand. He's been
Okay.
along for the
All
ride
right.
too.
So I'll add
There's 4.
the 4th. So.
All right. So I want to keep it in mind that it's almost 11 o'clock. Can we have the city manager finish the review, this presentation, and then we'll finalize with additional comments. Hold on. Give me 1 second. There you go.
Thank you very much. Yeah, happy to report this is essentially the last slide. So just to wrap up the city organizational structure and training, these are 2 other items that were still considered somewhat in progress or in discussion or review. One is that the Tacoma Park City Council could pass a resolution stating that the city supports the right of all Tacoma Park employees to have access to confidential mental health, stress management, and/or peer support services without fear of retaliation. Such a resolution could be drafted to address that. And explore the viability of rental housing subsidies and programs to ensure that police officers can live in Tacoma Park. We'll say that this is part of the city's housing and economic development strategic plan. There is a need for further review and discussion, and maybe some budgetary element to that. And at this point, we are happy to answer any further questions and entertain any further comments and direction. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to just make sure that the bigger picture is clear for us. That, or for me, when I read, and I did read the report. I wasn't on the task force. I didn't fully closely track every part of the process, but I've gone back and I've carefully read the task force report, and there is definitely there's a spirit in that report quite often of that we want residents not to be in fear. We want residents to feel safe and cared for. And so I see that spirit in the second to last thing that the manager just read, without fear of retaliation, getting confidential mental health, stress management, and peer support services. And I feel that same spirit is in the victim witness coordinator recommendation there, that there was a desire to see that victims themselves weren't re-traumatized somehow when they came forward, and that the call was for a separation. And so as we continue to explore this, I wanted to just say that I think it's important for us to look carefully at those points where the task force was calling for a separation of some function from the police, and to be very clear on whether if that action has not been taken, is that in the spirit? Is it still in the spirit of what they sought, or was it shifting perhaps into sort of an operational, functional kind of thinking? Which, you know, there's a place for that, but perhaps a department could be thinking, well, from an operational standpoint, it's easier to do it this way, but then having to acknowledge, well, that we still have to hear out that this group of people who thought about it felt it should be something different.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Landman.
Can you?
Mhm.
Okay. I just want to be crystal clear because there was a mention about our victims being traumatized. Our victim witness coordinator is specifically trained, it's a civilian. She's specifically trained to address victims of crimes, and she does a really good job. So any indication that the public thinks that she is somehow traumatizing them or taking them through the event is absolutely off base. We have a phenomenal victim witness coordinator. I support her 100%. What she does, she's specifically trained to deal with victims. She's not going to re-traumatize victims. So I just want to make sure that that is crystal clear and not in the public stratosphere that that's what she does. I want to be crystal clear that she is what she does.
Councilmember Schlegel, your mic wasn't live, but
Yeah, I just to
yes,
understand
the advocate versus
victim
the one.
advocate. There's an area where I am not an expert, and I want to make sure we all understand what does that mean, which is different from witness coordinator. And so, what were they asking for? That's all.
Okay, Councilmember Landman.
Yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
There are two things I want to address. The first is some comments that were made this evening from Ms. Musa that that focused on the use of camera body cameras to by officers in between the time that an incident occurs and when that incident is reported or investigated. And she was indicating that best practice is that the officer write the report before reviewing the camera so that it doesn't in some way affect what they say, and it makes for a more objective assessment. And Mr. City Manager, I don't know that that was relevant in the same way today as it was in 2022. But in reading through the 51 points, I didn't actually see anything that addressed that specifically. So I wanted to put that back on the radar and see if you have any thoughts on that. And my second question has to do with her other point, which is that there's a big difference between the chief's advisory council that is at the chief's discretion and what they were seeking in terms of having even a committee more similar to the ones, all the other city committees that we have, where it is the city council who appoints them and determines whether they're the appropriate mix of geography and background, et cetera. And then they report to us as opposed to the chief, and that those two are quite different. So if you could comment on those two, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
On the first item, don't have information about that. So, Chief.
It's my
body camera.
Okay,
usage,
so
body
with all
camera
due respect to Ms. Musa, she was one person on the task force. I would be more than happy to share our comprehensive body-worn camera program. It is the reference to reviewing of cameras has been evaluated. IACP, International Chiefs of Police, have evaluated that. I'd be more than happy to provide the council with our body-worn camera program. There were also some other things mentioned. We feel that our review of the body-worn camera function, and what is most important to us is making sure that the body-worn camera is activated at all times in which we have interactions with the public. Our policy has that. Our policy also has retention so we don't lose data that we may need. I'm not sure what the reference was to the 53 weeks. That's for specific calls for service that we have.
I'm not asking about that part.
But just to answer your question, I'd be more than happy to share our body-worn camera policy is consistent with policies in the region and across the nation. And like I said, I'd be more than happy to share that policy with you. The conversation about the Chiefs Advisory Board was created over 20 years ago. It was created to advise the chief on police issues and also be interactive. It was not designed as a city council board. If there's a decision that is needed, I will tell you when the Police Chiefs Advisory Board presented on the report, and they did, that was part of the review, as they reviewed the report, they were very adamant that they did not feel like there was another entity that was needed. But if there's a discussion and there's a desire to have a separate entity that reports to the city council, that's something we can do. But at this point, that's not the structure we have. We inherited the structure And like I say, it's not, it's unlike every other quote unquote board in the city.
One thing that I will suggest, there was a great presentation that the prior council received when we were deliberating about the license plate readers, because it came before the prior council as a budget item because we had to ultimately approve it. And there was a presentation where there was someone from I'm blanking on the name of the
MCAT.
yes, it was MCAT from the county that were actually talking about how the data is used, how the data is stored, the security measures that are in place for the data, who has access to it. Because if I remember correctly, one of the concerns about the body worn cameras, license plate readers, and the like was more around the security of the data that's captured and how it could be used. One thing that Ms. Musa mentioned tonight was the possibility of license plate reader data being used for the purpose of ICE, right? And for folks that may not recall, one of the things that we had talked about with Senator Smith during our meet and confer with D20 was about how do we make sure that data that is stored could not be leveraged, right? And so I think that it's important for folks to for us to dig those presentations up to share with council, because I actually found that to be very helpful as we were deliberating on the license plate readers and whether or not to allow them to continue. And also when we are thinking about the security of said data and how it may be used in the light of the fact that things are changing in the world, right? It might make sense for us to start thinking about ways in which we may want to advocate through other mechanisms to ensure that that data is not allowed to be leveraged in a way that does not align with our community values. So that's one thing. And I'm going to ask for our working group on committees to keep me honest, because I feel like I mentioned Public Safety Task Force to you all, but I'm not sure. Um, the big thing that came up in prior meetings about whether or not to establish a separate a standing committee, and this is where we keep going, the committee on committees, that you all get it. A standing committee that you would require to have constant recruitment and make sure that they have a charge that would necessitate a standing committee and staff support. And so at the time, the request was to have the committee, but the focus of the committee be check-ins regarding the status of implementation of the recommendations. And so it became, well, do we necessarily need to have a resident group whose charge is basically to follow up with staff to come to us to tell us the status of the recommendations, right? It didn't immediately seem clear that that would warrant a permanent standing committee that the city would have to continue to recruit for. And then once there became a point where the report's recommendations had reached a point where we were, it wasn't really clear, where we were satisfied with the actions taken. It wasn't really clear to us what that committee would then be tapped with doing. And some of those conversations happened also when we decided to take the task force approach. So we chose the task force approach, one, because we wanted to make sure there was diversity, and usually people are willing to swoop in for a finite amount of time and volunteer. And we got a pretty diverse group of people with various expertise. And so that was the reason why. Now, again, that could change. I mean, it's up to this council on whether or not you want to have another committee. But given that we had the Chiefs Advisory Board, and given it wasn't really clear, at least from what I recall, what that committee would do beyond follow up regarding the status of the recommendations, it didn't seem like it warranted a standing committee. But it's something that it's on the list of things for council that's squarely within our purview. And I believe I put it on the list for you all, but I could be wrong.
And Mayor, if I can just say that I believe there was two different kind of committees that they were looking at. One was an ongoing task force. And the other was to establish a board similar to the Chiefs Advisory Board, but appointed by
the council.
the council. So I think that's what I'm not going to speak for Councilmember Lambert, but I think that's what the question is: why is the Chiefs Advisory Board appointed by the chief and not by the council? So I think that's the discussion that's on the
Those
table
are two
now.
separate questions. Yep. Councilmember Honzak.
Yeah, as a member of the committee on committees last cycle and this one, I can say I feel like we have a number of committees in the city. I actually recently asked the question, why is the Chiefs Advisory Board different than the other ones, and why is it appointed by the chief? And I didn't. You've answered it now that it was established many years ago. I can't say the why exactly, but that's helpful. I think that what I feel the feedback I'm getting from a number of residents, and one of the feedback I'd like to share with my fellow council members and with the mayor, is I feel that one of the challenges we're facing, and this is a much bigger issue than what we're talking about tonight, but is that I don't feel that we're getting very predictable readouts of what's happening in each of these committees on a periodicity that's predictable. And I don't know when they're coming back exactly. And I know we've talked about that. That's one of the things our committee on committees has talked about. And we haven't done our homework to suggest that periodicity to you, but I'd hereby like to suggest that. If there's and invite my colleagues to reach out to us with ideas, or the mayor on how we could do that. But I equally so, Chief, getting to what we're talking about tonight, I just wonder, rather than being redundant in some ways and having another public say, I know they would have a broader mandate and they would be reporting to the council, but is it inappropriate for your advisory board to report out to the council and share insights with your, let's say, your approval or your oversight of, some of their candid observations on how things are going from their perspective? They've got that nice in-depth knowledge. The whole idea is that they really get to know your department and you trust them, well enough at least to respect their advice. And I think that's really important in a police department. So, I mean, it seems to me that that could work for the purposes that we need. But what I don't think we're getting right now from any of the committees, including this, is the clarity of, from the report, how we get to have we followed up, at what pace, and what actions specifically have been taken. I don't think, as the mayor had said about this one, I don't think it's quite clear how we're getting to where we are today.
Yeah, to answer your question, I think the members of the Chiefs Advisory would be more than happy to provide annual updates, annual reports. If the members that were here will recall that they reviewed, the entire Chiefs Advisory Board reviewed the Public Safety Task Force report, and they reported to the council on that. They were, to be candid, they were very critical because it was the focus of the report was reimagining public safety through a social justice lens. And I've said it before, I don't know that the report touched enough on the key elements that are causing crime. We touched on some of the scholarships for youth, but it didn't necessarily delve in a lot of those type of things. But I think there's this general misunderstanding that everyone on the Chiefs Advisory Board loves the police and are rubber stamping everything I do. They do not. I would challenge you to look at the members of the Chiefs Advisory Board. Several members of the Chiefs Advisory Board came forward in support of the ATRIM. There were several that didn't support the ATRIM. Several members of the Chiefs Advisory Board testified in support of K-9. One key member testified against K-9. So there are opposing views on that committee, and that's not a rubber stamp. We've had some very candid conversations with that group. So I feel that they don't hesitate to call me out on things. But I'm open to a structure that's different. Like I say, I inherited this structure. It is very beneficial for me to hear feedback from members of the community that have their finger on the pulse of the community. But it's also equally as important for them to bring information back to the community. A certain member contacted us about activities regarding a drug house in our city. And we provided some clarity so he could go back to the community and say, well, no, the police department did A, B, C, and D. So those things, it's in and out of information. When I first took over the board, I wanted to select people that I felt at times were very questioning of the previous administration. And I think that was very beneficial. But yeah, I think members of the board would be more than happy to report out. They do not get compensated like other boards, so it's just it's different. But I'm open to discussions on whether or not the structure should be different. Whether or not it's maybe the entire board doesn't get appointed by the chief. Maybe 3 members or each council member gets to appoint one person. The chief appoints. I'm open to all of that. But what I don't want to lose is the ability to have residents serve and be candid with the department.
Right. Councilmember Dabala? Oh, you're live. See, see, you hit the button, you can't talk.
Red and green. Red and green. Okay, never mind. So it's getting late.
Yep.
And I am thinking about what comes next. So I'm going to suggest a few things and see if everybody agrees. So first of all, this has been a great presentation, and there's so much to cover that it's no surprise that there's a couple of loose ends. So I'd appreciate receiving the updated slides and then an opportunity for council members maybe to ask detailed questions by email, because I bet there still are some. But to focus next on what are the areas that we need to work on now. I'm tempted to say it would be helpful to have the city manager's suggestions in that area. And I think we are going to need the council to suggest some areas of focus and have another work session discussing any next steps on recommendations that have already been made that are still in progress, that we want to hurry along for one reason or another, and also any new, because it's been several years, anything new that we want to look at. My impression looking at this now is that everyone was focused on the police external and less focused on the police internal. And now we are a little more focused on some of the internal pieces. So maybe it's a good time to say, take a look at X, Y, and Z, which you may already be doing. So I'm suggesting a way forward here, and I don't know what the mayor has in mind.
Sure. So let's take Councilmember Lamon. Do you have a question regarding next steps? Okay, let's get your question and then I will close us out on this conversation.
So first of all, I wanted to thank the Committee on Committees for commenting on this. I can easily come up, or several things have occurred to me as we've had this conversation this evening of items that I would love to be able to present to a standing committee or a task force that we were to select to focus on for us to help us dig into some topics, among them the issues of the license plate readers and what happens with the data. Get some of our data wonks in this city to serve on this group and assist us to dig into issues like that so that we can make policy decisions about the point that you were just making of where we could potentially draw a line or not with our license plate readers and the use of data. That maybe that's one area. Another area might also be how we could spur along politically the work with the Metropolitan Police Department. We have lots of people who work in law enforcement in our community. They may have some advice for us how we could overcome that. Those are just examples of in the MPD, Metropolitan Police Department, not wanting to enter into the hesitations on an MOU with the city of Tacoma Park and what the politics are behind there. We might have ideas from working with COG. I don't know what might come out of asking some of our locally politically connected residents to help us figure that out. I came to the Chiefs interjurisdictional summit and I heard some issues raised there that suggested that it was a political as well as a policing thing, that maybe there's advice to be had there. But so I don't want to walk away from figuring out whether either a standing committee or a task force might be helpful. I'd like to, have the committee on committees think about that for us and maybe bring back some advice. So that's one thought on next steps. And the other is I just wanted to find out what the thinking was about we have the resolution from last time from 2017. We weren't actually going to be like marking this up tonight or anything, were
No.
we? But if you think that it's possible for us to wait to take that next step until a few months hence when we have feedback from the audit that we're about to do, it's conceivable that that might have some effect on policies or whatever we might put in something like this, and would give us a little more time to get some of the answers we haven't yet absorbed. So
Okay,
that's
we
a
can
thought.
we can hold that for the next
next
work
steps.
session.
Thank you.
In terms of in terms of this resolution, we can hold that for the next work session. In terms of the points that were raised, um, I think it is really important for the current members of council and for staff to please provide them with the information and the presentations that have already been provided, so that folks are better equipped to have the background necessary to determine whether or not certain aspects of these matters are appropriate to be addressed via a task force. So things like the license plate readers, and the data. There's a lot of legalities around how that data is managed and stored. If the question then becomes, do you want a task force specifically to provide this council with guidance on what to advocate for legislatively, I don't necessarily immediately see the value in that. Um, so I just want to make sure that I understand there's a lot here, and there's been a lot of time that has passed, and there's been a slew of meetings that have happened where there's lots of information that has been shared since this report has been issued. But I want to make sure that folks have the opportunity to ask questions and to get that background information before we move forward with creating something that ultimately, what I've seen happen is uh, committees die on the vine. They become difficult to recruit for. They become difficult to give work to because it's not very clear in terms of the value add. So I feel very strongly that if we go down this path, we need to make sure that we're very clear on what it is that we want to achieve. I also think that it's important for us, and this is probably what I should have introduced this topic differently, because the question that is before the council is to assess where the city is in terms of the adoption of recommendations that were made in the Public Safety Task Force. It doesn't mean that we're going to adopt everything that they've recommended. It means that we've assessed all of the recommendations that were made and have provided a decision point regarding them. And so, as was shared, there are some recommendations that were made that require decision points that are outside of the city. So there was a lot of MCPS stuff, and I think we need to do some additional follow up, because I believe like things like SROs with MCPS during that time they got cut, and then they're a different name now, and elementary schools don't have them, but there's one at Blair. So there's a lot that is transpired since this report has been issued, and there's a bucket of recommendations that relate to council action. There's a bucket of recommendations that require us to get that feedback from staff regarding where we are, that will then enable council to make a decision. And so I want to make sure that we're at a place where we all have the base level information about where we are in terms of both of those pieces, so that we could start making decisions around next steps. Council Member Gilbert.
I just wanted to circle back really quick to the comments and about the body camera usage in regards to report writing. And I invite any of my colleagues and even the speaker from earlier to engage me in conversation about the value of body cameras and report writing. having used my body camera to write many reports and having been a supervisor who had to prove reports that hadn't been complete, and having to use the body cameras to complete the report, I found great value in using the body cameras to write reports. But I'd be interested to know what the cons are. But anyone who wants to engage me in conversation about it, feel free.
Thank
Matt,
you.
can I just add about it? I think it's very important. There've been a lot of work sessions. So if we can get with Jesse, because we've had a work session on the MOU, we've
Yep.
had a work session on LPRs,
Mhm.
we've had a work session on K9, we've had a work session on the atrium. So we've had multiple work sessions. So if we could pull up, and Jesse, I can work with you to get this information, to send that to the council. I also previously sent the last presentation we gave, send that as well, because I think that, or even reviewing our last presentation would be helpful. So I'll get with Jesse to try to get that specific information about topics that the new council members may not have as much background on. But there's been a lot of work that's been done, MOU and all those topics.
Great. Everyone, it's 11:30. Councilmember DeBala.
It's on. I just wanted to thank everybody for going into the details here with us. But as far as if we're not going to be talking about the resolution tonight, I just want to say one thing about it.
It'll be the next item if I can close this discussion out.
Okay, sure.
Councilmember Hanzak.
I'm sorry. I know it's late. I guess I just want to share because I think my point was not well heard. I heard Councilmember Schlegel read the report, top to bottom. I did as well. So, and there, it's all the different presentations, all the YouTube videos from prior meetings. Should we want to dig in, they're all available. I don't know that we need anybody to hand pick them for us. But I will share with you that as a new council member, and I don't mean this in a cruel way or to suggest that you are not all working very hard. This presentation has a lot of errors in it and a lot of inaccurate it has 3 or 4 things that are not accurate. They haven't been carefully considered, I'm sorry to say. And Chief, it almost comes out as disdainful, unfortunately, when you say these items are stale. This task force worked extremely hard. You were with them. You worked extremely hard showing up for them. I would caution you right now, we, the council, are under the gun to prove that you have a solid, fantastic department that everybody says you have. I truly believe that you do, but we have to be very careful that any perception of disdain for this task force or that it's outdated. And I'm not saying you were disdainful. I'm just saying if we suggest that this is totally outdated, I don't think that's true. There may be some disagreement about the social justice lens and that if your advisory council that really knows the department well really dug in on this, I just let's take that to heart. I think they know well what they're talking about in addition to you, but right now there is a trust deficit and we've got to rebuild it. And I just want us to be real careful to take this, not say, hey, council, you didn't do your homework, but hey, council, we're going to provide you with some very clear bullet points, as the mayor has suggested, on getting from A to Z in short form, succinctly. So I don't mean to suggest that you are disdainful, Chief, but there is that accusation out there, and I know that's may on one that we heard tonight, that we just heard tonight from one that I won't even try to quote her because that may or may not be accurate. But what I do want to suggest is that we have the hard job of proving that you are doing this job really, really well in spite of some of the things that are going on right now. We want to do that well in partnership with you.
I appreciate that. Let me be crystal clear. From the beginning, we have embraced this task force. I challenge any of the residents, when I say it's stale, we haven't revisited it, and some of it needs to be revised. That doesn't mean it's not important. Look at what we've accomplished because of this. Please, you as a council and residents, look at what we as a police department have accomplished. 90% of what was done is related to the police department. There are not that many police-related issues left on the table. So for anyone to say that we didn't take this seriously or we were against this, I challenge you to go back and look at what we implemented as a result of the recommendations. They speak for themselves. I am not dismissive at all. I just want to understand, as we've evolved and as we've had these conversations, we need clear direction or we're not going to be able to move forward. And a lot of these aren't law enforcement related issues. The majority of things left on the table are not police. Those have been accomplished. So I want to be crystal clear that I am not in any way dismissive and have never been. I've been very open. I participated in, and as staff has, in being open and receptive to all of the recommendations. And if you look at the recommendations on the XML spreadsheet, the vast majority are things that we did or already did as a result of the recommendation. So I appreciate the comment, but I just want to be crystal clear. That's not what's coming from me nor our police department.
Thank you. So I want to thank staff for working on this. I know that this has been work to undertake and kind of go back. In terms of next steps, first, can I get a revised slide deck for those recommendations that are, I will say, still open, right? Where we have a clear description of the current status. And if there is a council question or decision for council, for that to be clearly communicated in the presentation.
And Madam Mayor, could I add just to assist in that, to reinforce something you said earlier to your colleagues, please send, it would be very helpful if you'd send emails to us if there's something very specifically that you'd like us to address or clarify. This has been a very constructive and useful conversation for staff in that, we are getting essential feedback from you about things that need to be further fleshed out, areas of interest, things that you feel you need more information about. Those things are not entirely knowable about by us in advance. So hearing your comments tonight has been very helpful. I would amplify that by saying, feel free to send additional comments and questions and so forth to me. I will get with my staff, we'll collate and try to incorporate that into a revised, improved version of the status update and have that available ultimately for you and the public.
Can we agree now to have, and we can talk offline about a deadline for that updated presentation? Because what I would like is for the updated materials to be available to council. And once we have that, hopefully maybe 2 weeks, then that way it would make it a little easier to look through the items to try to pair them for the purpose of future agenda planning.
Yeah, we'll get right on it and we'll try and turn this around quickly.
Okay. So for members of council, so we will receive the updated materials from staff. If you have any questions regarding what was discussed tonight, please feel free to share your questions. Should it go to you, City Manager DeSpirito, or to Deputy City Manager Hupty?
The questions and comments from everybody. Send them to me, copy to Esmara. I think that way it's more efficient.
Okay. And so then that way, I will leverage the updated document along with questions received to kind of piece things together so that we can have like a series of work sessions. So that we're not going to be here till midnight trying to tackle all of them, but we can kind of structure the conversations in a way that would lead to decisions. Okay. And City Clerk Carpenter, sorry.
So I have a question, and that is, so I should not post the presentation from tonight, the updated presentation from tonight?
Yes, you should.
I should post it. Okay,
Correct.
and I make it available. Okay.
Yes. And the revised version that we're requesting is something that would likely need to be posted as part of a future council meeting agenda.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So the next item is resolution establishing the city council's goals and priorities for the Tacoma Park Police Department. So I knew it was going to be late. and I did not want us to spend time wordsmithing or debating based on what we just heard. Instead, I was hoping that we could just have a quick conversation around ultimately what we are thinking this generally this resolution would be designed to do. The prior council that developed the resolution, um, was communicated earlier during public comments. Former council member Siemens described it. The rationale was, hey, we wanted to change and set forth the vision for policing in our city. So this resolution was written more in terms of a visionary perspective. Our update doesn't necessarily have to be in that vein, but I would like to hear from folks about whether or not a visionary and aspirational resolution in terms of establishing the policies and priorities is where we want to lean, because that then has some implications in terms of timing. It was raised, Councilmember Landman raised earlier um, um, during last session, that we should hold off on doing this until we figure out all of the things that we're going to include as part of the public safety task force. And I would say, well, not necessarily. If the goal of this document or this resolution is to establish the vision for policing for the city, we don't necessarily need to know the specifics of each and every minute recommendation in the public safety task force report to say our goal for our police department is to be community focused and community focused and a positive work environment, and to really set the foundation for what we want policing to be. Again, it doesn't have to. Okay. Hold on one second. No, what you were referring to, we were talking about this resolution,
Yes.
and there was a statement that was made about whether or not we should hold off on doing this
Yes.
until things regarding the audit and we have opportunity to talk more about the public safety task force. Now, my point was, it depends on what the overall goal of this is. If I don't need an audit to tell me that there's an issue with workplace culture to say I want a positive workplace culture in our police department. I don't need that confirmed or denied to say that that is a goal I have for policing in the city. So it is the point of whether or not the focus of the resolution is one around establishing the vision and goals and priorities, versus an attempt to try to make the resolution focus more on specific changes we want to see as a result of what we just talked about in terms of the public safety task force recommendations or results from the audit. Councilmember DeBala.
I don't see it as an either or, actually. I think it is important to reaffirm these goals and priorities at this point in time, and I think it would be better not to wait. I also think that when we see the results of the audit and have the discussion about whether we want to have a public safety committee or a temporary task force to look at specific issues or whatever that may turn out to be, that we do that too when we get that information and have that discussion. But when I read it at first, I was like, why am I reading this? Then I thought, I'm reading this because it is important to highlight this and to let the community and the management of the city know that we do still feel this way. Personally, I might highlight some of the workforce stuff that's in here. I might change a few words. I might rethink the very first sentence about the primary goal, but overall, I think it's on target, and we need to say it again. It's been since 2017, and none of us was around then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schlegel?
In my short time on the council, I've gained a lot of respect for Councilmember Weselick, in terms of the clarity of your thinking about language. So I'll happily defer to any thoughts you might have, but not to put you on the spot at this hour. It's just the title of it is Goals and Priorities. And to be clear, that's different from a mission statement, which is kind of durable over maybe even decades. And so it seems to me that we're 8 years down the road. And while it would be a very short order to say, let's reaffirm and like publicize to the community, this is a standing resolution. And then, but also be thinking in light of everything like our council priorities that we've established, in light of things that are in the news, in light of our moves towards sustainability, any number of things that are different now than 8 years ago. It would take more careful thinking than just a re-edit of this if we're truly talking about priorities. That's my thought on it. And I say that with all due respect for your point, Councilmember Deval. This is a very good time to say publicly to the community that the council reaffirms these important kind of mission ideas. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Weselick? 1 second.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel, for the compliment. I'm really thinking on what the mayor shared about what direction we want to go with this. I too was thinking about our council priorities, whether or not that's something to be woven into it. I'm thinking about the concept of being a sanctuary city and what that means and how that fits into this. So I'm not really sure yet where I think this should go, but I think that figuring that out first is what needs to happen. But I'd be more than happy to do a deep dive on whatever text once we have the direction.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Landman?
I think you posed a really excellent question to us as to what it is we're trying to achieve with revisiting this resolution right now. And I think back to the comment that was made by former Councilmember Siemens earlier this evening, which is at the time that they wrote it, their goal was to send a clear signal about what they thought needed to change. And I think that's, and at the time wanted to frame it in terms of goals and priorities. And that was the context at the time. And now we may be in a different time where our goals and priorities may be relatively the same. I want to go through this with a fine-tooth comb to answer that, but there may be signals that we want to send with this about things that we think need to be changed in order to better achieve those goals and priorities. And it may be something of a hybrid that we come up with, which would look at what those goals and priorities are, and therefore what we want the focus of activity or shift in whatever it may be. I'm not sure how it would be framed, but so I would say that is my goal for this resolution, would be to be clear about what our priorities are, and also to signal, as they did with this resolution at that time, what it is we think may need tweaking. And that is one of the key reasons why I made the original suggestion that I thought what we hear from the audit might affect this text. Now, thinking about what Councilmember DeBala said, I mean, we could finish saying what our goals and priorities are today and then revisit whether we need another resolution later on. Given how busy our calendar is, I'd rather do it all at once a little bit later than have to do it and then do it again. So that was behind my suggestion. I hope that helps to clarify.
It does. Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Councilmember Honzak?
I compliment you on your articulation, Councilmember Landman. I think that's an excellent point about the time. At that time, this is some of the things, such as, I think it really stands out about the Guardian model, for example. That's like the second whereas, and one of the things that I know that I would want to see if we are to revise this would be something that makes it extremely lucid, that something that our chief is always talking about, that our force is reflective of the demographics and the composition of our city, which is clearly one of your key priorities as a police chief. And I appreciate that we've been moving that in that direction. But I think more than ever, I would want to emphasize something about that and include things related to, frankly, gender and balance and our commitment to the 30/30 pledge, I believe it's called, among other things. Like you said, sanctuary city. So that would be one of my major priorities if we were to re-articulate this. And I would be open to actually going ahead and doubling down on this in the immediate term, if we could do some real basic tweaks. And then after the audit, because we know that's going to take some time, coming back to that, just to be clear on kind of our mission really as a council, it might even help guide our audit.
Okay. Okay. All right. Given that is 10 till midnight, this has been a very helpful conversation. What I would ask for folks to do is to take a look at the language that's here. And if you wouldn't mind just shooting me a note, I've heard from some in terms of any thoughts that you have around approach. I know it's pretty late. And then what I will do is work to determine kind of the outline of how we will move forward on this, whether or not it is we move forward with, as Councilmember Honzak mentioned, an update to this now, knowing that with other work that we have forthcoming, there will likely be additional items, or as Councilmember Landman suggested, like, do we want to take the time to wait and then be a little bit more comprehensive? Okay, and so with that, not seeing any additional lights, Councilmember Schlegel.
It's I just wanted to flag, early in the evening, I said that I'm certainly hoping that as we move forward with thinking about scope and credentials, that if we're good to make that public, could we consider having that on an upcoming agenda? Yeah.
Okay, so that's not germane to the conversation we're having right now.
Okay. Different issue.
Different
Okay.
issue.
I thought that was just open. Any other comments before we close out? Oh.
Just about this item that's on the agenda.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more lights, I'd like to move to adjourn. Thank you all so much. Have a good night.